What a beautiful view you had there of Montmartre in Paris. We are not all that far away in the Champ de Mars Arena for the final session of wheelchair rugby at the Paris 2024 Paralympics. And we're going to kick off that session with Canada versus France. As you can see, they've won 2, lost 2. Won 2 of their group games, lost 1, and then each of them lost. They won 3 of their group games, actually, and then lost in the playoff matches. So here they are facing off for 5th and 6th. Now, in Paris, and indeed in France, all around the country, you have in theatres, and you've had it for the last couple of centuries, 3 taps of the stick 5 minutes before the entertainment starts to let you know that it's time to take your seats. And this is what we've been having throughout the Olympics and the Paralympics. And we have 2 Rugby Sevens internationals, very popular figures who have come here to tap the stick 3 times, known as the coup de bâton, to let us know that the entertainment is about to get underway. They gave it a good tap. You could hear it rattling out around this arena. A wonderful arena it is, the Champ de Mars, built purely for the Olympics and the Paralympics. This is usually a walkway. You can stroll along the 7th arrondissement to the Eiffel Tower, but they've built a stadium here to host the Olympics and the Paralympics. Quick hello there to the 2 American referees, and now out come the teams. Canada in red. Twelve players will be coming out for each squad, and you can have 4 on court at any one time. As the chairs wheel around, you may see that some of the chairs look different from others. You've got high point chairs and low point chairs. There's a high point chair coming out. There is Joel Ewart. He's a recent addition to the team. Here's the star of the team, Zach Medell, a high pointer, 3.5 points. He's going to be on court for probably all 32 minutes of this. Eric Rodriguez, the last one to come out. That is all 12 of them. You can see the classifications after the names. You can add up the points, and you're allowed 8 points on at any one time. So it's up to Patrick Coté, the coach, to work out how to best use 8 points and put them across 4 players. So there are the group matches. Lost 2 of the group matches, finished 3rd in their group out of 4, and then won the 5th to 8th place playoff match to get them in here up against France. France's captain Jonathan Hivernin, a 3-pointer again. He's going to be on court for a good 32 minutes, I reckon, and he'll be going up against Zach Medell. Adrien Chalmin, a mid-pointer. Rodolphe Jarlon, he'll come on if they decide to go for a more balanced lineup. Riyad Salem, one of their high pointers, featured a little bit in their playoff match yesterday when they made it through to this 5th and 6th place match. Jordan Ducret, we'll see plenty of him, a 1-pointer, complements the 3-pointers very well. Sébastien Verdun, most likely we'll see Verdun and Hivernin, the 2 3-pointers out there, either with Cédric Nankin or maybe Jordan Ducret, depending on what kind of lineup they're going for. Corentin Le Guen, a low pointer as well. He enables the coach to play the two high pointers, and also Cédric Nankin. There is the coach, Bob Van Acker, 54 years old, Belgian, as you can tell by the name, quite probably, but obviously speaks fluent French and very good English as well. Tough group they were in against Australia and Great Britain, defeated Denmark and then beat Germany in the playoff. And that brought them here to this 5th and 6th place match. The national anthems first.
Et maintenant, si vous le pouvez, merci de rester debout pour l'hymne national de la France.
Please remain standing for the national anthem of France.
What a sound. The Marseillaise ringing out inside an enclosed stadium. And as we've been saying, what a beautiful stadium it is here at the Champ de Mars. Oh, Canada, followed by the Marseillaise. 5th and 6th place up for grabs. 5th place up for grabs. These teams are 5th and 6th in the world. Canada 5th, France 6th, and there's only 3 points between them. As we look at the starting lineup for Canada, Zach Medell, obviously, Travis Moran, Cody Caldwell, and then Eric Rodriguez. So 3-5, 2-2, 0.5. Patrick Côté there, Garrett Hickling behind him in the background. Member of the Wheelchair Rugby Hall of Fame is Garrett Hickling, perhaps one of their most famous players ever. And the French going for not their most expected lineup. So starting with Jonathan Hivernin, but then Rodolphe Jarlan, Cédric Nankin and Jordan Ducré. So not starting with Sébastien Hivernin. They want a little bit more, obviously. The theory must be that they want a little bit more ball handling out there, rather than Corentin Le Guen, an out-and-out low pointer. They've sacrificed him, put Jordan Ducré on there, and Rodolphe Jarlan will give them more ball handling in the middle. And there's Jarlan for the first tip-off. Canada who win it. And immediately find themselves a little bit boxed in, but how about that from Cody Caldwell? Fires it forward to Zach Medell, and Canada get over the line for the first score. It's a tip-off for the opening play of the contest, and then after that each quarter will start with the team whose turn it is to have the inbound. So with Canada having won that, it means that France will have the next possession. Medel outpacing Hivernin. He's always going to be able to outpace him. 3.5 points coming up against 3 points. So 8 points allowed on court at any one time. You can see on the back of the chairs there the numbers. 1.0 is Jordan Ducret. Eric Rodriguez is 0.5, and it goes all the way up to 3.5 for Zach Medel. He's the one with the shaven head there. Fired forward to Cédric Nankin, 1.5 points. But perhaps one of the best 1.5 pointers in the world, if not the best. So 0.5 up to 3.5, it's the level of impairment and the level of function you have. 0.5 is the lowest level of function, 3.5 the highest, and you can have 8 points out there at any one time. Quite a close one there. Cody Caldwell getting the ball in his grasp before his wheels went over the line. You need to have control of the ball before either of your wheels go over the line, then you need to put 2 wheels over the line after that. So it's a constant game of strategy to work out how you have... All that bounces off the wheel of Hivernin. So it goes out of play off a chair, off a French chair, and that means that possession goes to Canada. So it's the first turnover of this contest. 5th versus 6th in the world for 5th place here in the Paralympics. Winner gets 5th, loser gets 6th. And there's only, oh, it's a brilliant pass there from Medel. Caldwell beautifully positioned in the key to receive that one. That was the turnover there. Just needed to bounce and for Hivernin to pick it up. Hivernin, Medel blocking one another, but that means that Ducret can go over. Not often that you see one-pointers score. They tend to be more involved in blocking. So yes, there's only 3 ranking points between Canada and France in the standings at the moment. Canada on 427, France on 424. So if Canada were to win this, they would go up to 5th in the world ahead of Canada. Travis Moran calling a timeout there. 4 timeouts can be called by the players from the floor. So in the trade, they're known as floor timeouts. Player timeouts as well. So as you can see, Canada have used one of theirs. They've got 3 left. They last for 30 seconds. And it's primarily when you don't think you can beat the clock. You've got 40 seconds in which to score. If you don't reckon you're going to do it but want to keep possession, which you obviously do, you can take a timeout and reset the shot clock, give yourself another 15 seconds. If you don't think you can get the ball over the halfway line within 12 seconds, you can take a timeout. If you don't think you're going to be able to bounce or pass the ball within 10 seconds, which may sound unfeasible, but if you're a low pointer surrounded by people reaching in and you haven't got the functionality to be able to bounce the ball comfortably in a crowd, then maybe you'll take a timeout as well. Also, when a player's hit legitimately and is holding the ball, if you take the ball to ground, it's a turnover. So you'll see players occasionally, as they are falling to the ground, calling for a timeout. The French fans calling for the Blues to try to get hold of the ball, and they will now. But they are 2 points adrift. Trevor Hirschfield and Mike Whitehead on the bench there for Canada, 2 very storied players. Jaulin there to Hivernin. Some wonderful masks have been made. There's Jonathan Hivernin, the captain. Plays for Toulouse. Also played in the Australian Championship, played for the West Coast Enforcers in Perth, or from Perth. I don't think he actually went to Perth, he went straight to Adelaide, where the championships were held in May of this year. They didn't do too well, but he certainly worked very hard. Now, turnovers being taken, or timeouts being taken, when you can't get the ball over the line within 12 seconds, and that is exactly what happened there. It turned out to be a turnover. Zach Medel not taking a timeout, assuming he would have just enough time to get over the halfway line within the 12 seconds, and took too long. There you can see Hivernin. He's going to have to bounce the ball or pass it at some point. He gets himself a little bit of room. There's the bounce. No try, says the referee. You can see that Hivernin's not happy with himself, so the French forced a turnover, and then Hivernin was trying to go over the line, and you'll see Medel reverses into him and knocks him into the cone before he can get over the line. So, another turnover. Canada are quite good at doing that. They do commit turnovers, but as soon as they commit one, they seem to be going all out to redress the balance straight away and correct the error, and that's exactly what they've done. Medel turning the ball over because he didn't get it over the halfway line, and then doing the defensive work himself to knock Hivernin into the cone. So Canada still with the advantage. Moran with the long ball forward to Caldwell. A couple of mid-pointers. They are sort of the best of both worlds. They're not got the speed of a high pointer like Zach Medel or Jonathan Hivernin, but they're not far off that, and they've got more trunk strength than low pointers, so they give you the best of both worlds. Hivernin to Jarlon. Brilliant block by Ducret, the number 14. It's so tempting to watch the person with the ball and the one going so quickly, but number 14, low pointer Jordan Ducret, put a great block there on Travis Moran to make sure that Moran couldn't come in and slow Jarlon down. Timeout called. You could see 29 seconds on the shot clock, top left of your screen. Medel realizing this time the error of his ways from last time. Turned around and actually said timeout. You can do the T symbol or you can say timeout. And there he actually said it out loud so as not to drop the ball. Realized that he wouldn't get it over the halfway line, so took a timeout. Timeouts are dead ball situations, so it means substitutions can be made. So for Canada, Trevor Hirschfield, Rio Kandakovac is on. Whoa, a big hit there. Now, talking earlier about legitimate hits, and if you're in possession of the ball, you need to call a timeout. Legitimate hit on the front of the wheel, and you can see how much Hivernin loved that. So it hit him in front of the axle, which is legitimate, and Medel, as he was going to ground, called for another timeout. So that's 3 timeouts used up by Canada already. So Canada now with Medel, Kandakovac, Dagenet and Hirschfield, 3-5, 2-5, 1-1. And France have brought on Sébastien Verdun and Corentin Le Guen in favour of Jarlon and Ducret. So they've gone 3-3, 1.5, 0.5. There's the 0.5 Le Guen, stopping Medel from getting through. The hooter goes, the shot clock expires, and that's a turnover. Canada failed to score. They took 2 timeouts in the process. Didn't want to use a third timeout. They've already used 3, 2 in that one play alone. So that is a turnover for France, and it's 2 burn timeouts against Canada. And for once, they don't manage to correct the mistake and get the turnover of their own. France score, and we are level. Verdun calmly over the line. Nankin, he's a player to keep an eye on. Look at the blocking work he's doing there. He's tying up Patrice Dagenet. Le Guen putting great work in on Medel. Ivana with a hit on Kovac, and then there's a beautiful block by Dagenet to make sure that Ivana can't get back. Kanda Kovac, great young player in his early 20s. First really came to prominence at the Paralympic Games. So the para-sports version of the Pan Am Games. Pan Am Games held in Santiago, Chile in October last year, and the Paralympic Games in November. And Kanda Kovac, first shot to prominence there as part of the Canadian team. Canada lost in the final, and there was only one spot automatically up for grabs for these Paralympics. USA took that, and then Canada had to go through a qualifying tournament in Wellington in March this year. 8 teams involved and 3 spots at the Paralympics available, and those spots were taken by Australia, who've ended up coming 3rd here. Whoa, a reach around and a spinning foul by Medel on Verdun. These things happen. There's no malice in it, but the crowd are going to boo Medel. You can see he hits him, he reaches in and then clips him behind the axle. You can hit in front of the axle, the little hole in the middle of the wheel, which is used to attach the wheels to the chairs, but behind, that gets you sent to the sin bin. And if you did it deliberately and dangerously, then you can be in the sin bin for 3 tries. Here, Medel's going to be in the bin for 1 try or 60 seconds, whichever comes first, and it's going to be 1 try. Nice little pump fake there by Le Guen on the inbound. Now, Nankin and Le Guen, to the bottom right of your screen there, are coming down to block Medel. They don't want Medel to come out of the penalty box. Verdun's going to take his time scoring, make sure that everyone's set up, because as soon as you score, you're back on defense. Over he goes. Nankin and Le Guen blocking Medel. And either Medel can stick his hand up and say, I will inbound, or the coach, Patrick Coté, can say, I will take a coach's timeout. That means you can reset. You can have whoever you like inbounding, and you can also make the substitutions, providing that the substitutes are ready in the box. And the substitutes box is right there, and it looks like Anthony Letourneau is going to come on. Cody Caldwell. Means that France can make substitutes if they like as well, but they don't appear to be. They've got their more familiar lineup back on. So the one that they already had on after the first lot of substitutions. You can substitute as many as few players as you like, providing they are ready to come on in the box. So Eric Rodrigue is back on. Cody Caldwell, he's going to have the inbound. And it's a giveaway, Le Guen and Rodrigue. Well, Le Guen blocking Rodrigue beautifully. Ivana picks up the easy ball and says, right, guys, back we come. Nankin says, you heard him, back we come. Let's reset. This could see France taking the lead here. Ivana tries to barge his way through. Nankin tries to push Rodrigue over the line. 15 seconds to go on the shot clock. Great blocking by Nankin, and Ivana gets through. Great work by everybody, and that one I think should have been a give and go between Caldwell and Rodriguez. Should have just been tapped by Rodriguez back to Caldwell, but a little bit of miscommunication, crossed wires. Canada score and equalize, but now 52 seconds. That's because we are down to 1 minute 15 to go, and the French bench there, Bob Vanacker, Justin Frischberg, telling their team, try to score on 52 seconds. The reason why you want to score on 52 seconds is because possessions last for a maximum of 40 seconds. So even if Canada get the ball back and score and take a full 40 seconds to score, France will still have time left. So 49.7 left on the clock. Even if Medel takes all, he's going to try to score really quickly. He scores really quickly, 44.4. So even if France take 40 seconds, it's always tit for tat at the end. So now they are holding up a board saying dernier, meaning last. Make this the last play. So France can run down 40 seconds on the shot clock. That won't quite be enough, so they may well take a timeout. Once there's fewer than 15 seconds left on the match clock, that will reset the shot clock to 15 and mean that time can expire and France won't have to give up possession. Looks like they're trying to score though. Le Guen, are you going to score? No, they're going to call a timeout, surely. No, they just want to score. There we go. So they ran it down without using a timeout. They ran it down almost perfectly. There's only 5.5 seconds on the clock. The clock will start once the inbound has been touched. So now, Le Tourneau, 5.5 seconds. Le Guen with a great block. It's going to be too late. Corentin Le Guen, 0.5 points. Blocking a two-pointer, saving a point for his team. And at the first break, France lead 13-12. So, at the first break, France lead at 13-12. They were 2 points adrift. Got a couple of turnovers. Forced Canada to take 3 timeouts. And they've really turned this around at the 3-minute break between the first and the second quarters. They lead by a point. They have the possession arrow that you can't quite see. It's hidden by the referees there. So 2 turnovers against Canada. One of them, they immediately forced another turnover from the French. A steal from the French, a penalty, Medel in the box. But the main thing is, the French turn that one around and they lead by 1 point and will have the first possession of the second. Canada just winning the opening tip-off, which is why France will have possession at the start of the second period. And they started with almost a second string, really. Usually Jarlon there and Ducré come on when Le Guen and Verdun need a bit of a break, but Bob Vanacker and Justin Frischberg, Vanacker, the Belgian, former Belgian player, and Frischberg, the former GB player, who are on the bench, they decided to change things around a little bit. Started with Ducré and Jarlon, and then after that brought on Verdun and Le Guen, and that seems to have paid dividends. Stadium announcers do a fantastic job in here. This guy has certainly earned his corn throughout the wheelchair rugby here, and the fans have loved every minute of it. Sébastien Verdun mask there. Riyad Salem on the right, Cédric Nankin on the left, Jonathan Yverdun in the middle. Tricolores abound, the flags and the face paints. Quite a few maple leafs in there as well. Good to see that they are not underrepresented. A 3-minute break is all we have to catch our breath. Not that the fans in here have caught their breath. So, at the start of the second period, changes for France. Jonathan Hivernat and Sébastien Verdun are still out there. Adrien Chalmin is the low pointer, 0.5, and Mathieu Thirier, 1.5. So they're on instead of Le Guen and Nankin. So they're going 3, 3, 1.5, 0.5. Canada, Trevor Hirschfield inbounds to Rio Kanda Kovac. Patrice Dagenet. And of course, Zach Medel is there as well, the familiar shaven head. He's coming back to try to help out Kanda Kovac, who needs to make sure he doesn't end up going over the sideline. Needs to pass it or bounce it. Bounces it. Not that we can see that, and hands it off to Medel. So he's going to work his way through with a little bit of help from Hirschfield. So Canada going 3-5, 2-5, 1-1. You can have more than 8 points out there, but only if you have female players on the court. Neither of these teams has any female players. Referees call a halt there. It was a timeout called by Jonathan Hivernat. You see him bawling timeout there to the referees. Two referees from USA, Josh Kearns and Joe Bongiovanni. Well, you want to make sure you maintain your lead if you're France, and they've still got 3 timeouts in their pockets, even having used that one. So 3 floor timeouts and 2 coach ones. A little bit of an awkward corner inbound for Thirier. He's only got 10 seconds in which to inbound. The clock doesn't start, but the referee there, Joe Bongiovanni, you can see him counting with his hand. He puts his, when the players are either inbounding or haven't got over the halfway line yet, he will count out, as they do in basketball, putting his hand out horizontally, counting out the seconds for them, as well as counting audibly. You may also be wondering, you'll have seen the classifications on the backs of the chairs. Maybe you're wondering why there is a comma there instead of a decimal point. That's merely the way they do it in France. It's 3,0 as opposed to 3.0. 1,5 is Mathieu Thirier. 3-pointer, Sébastien Verdun. 3-pointer won't quite have the wheels to outpace the 3.5-pointer. But if they combine, if there's a little bit of good blocking in there, oh yes. Hivernat realizing that he wouldn't get it over the top of Medel. Down goes Patrice Dagenet. Now that is playing into the hands, to a certain extent, of the Canadians. So Dagenet ends up clipping the back of Thirier's wheel, going over, and that stops play because the opposition, the French, weren't about to cross the try line. If they're about to cross the try line, they're allowed to carry on if they don't deviate from the try line, but there, France weren't guaranteed a score. So play is stopped, Dagenet gets back up, but it resets the shot clock for the French, so they have another 40 seconds. The only thing that Hivernat has to be careful about is not going back over the halfway line, because that's a backcourt violation. And over and back, as it's known. Now, that is a try, a penalty try. Hivernat doesn't quite get over the line, but you'll see here that he knocks into Trevor Hirschfield, and Hirschfield goes over the line, and the referees have adjudged that Hivernat was about to score, so a penalty try is awarded. Otherwise, they could have sent Hirschfield to the bin, and play would have restarted. Medel over the top to Kanda Kovac. Who is coming back for the inbound? It's Thirier. good to have a 1.5 pointer inbounding. They've got strength in the arms and the trunk to get a good pass out. A lot of teams rely on very low pointers. Having a high low pointer or a low mid pointer inbounding means that it's a little bit safer. Obviously, you don't want high pointers inbounding because you're taking them off court. So you don't want a 3.5 pointer inbounding because by definition, they are out of bounds. Now, just got his front casters over the line there, did Johnny Yverna. Just got the casters over the line. And the try was given. And then a quick response from Canada to get it back to 1 point, but the French still with possession. They're hemmed in here. It's a full court press from the Canadians. Remember, 12 seconds to get it over the halfway line. And when Medel is tracking you down, it's easier said than done. Again, blocked Medel and Kanda Kovac. And then bees around a honeypot. The ball goes free. Medel picks it up and cruises over the line. And all of a sudden, we are level. Yverna leaning back, but wasn't in full possession of the ball. So, a huge turnover for the Canadians. Thirier to Le Guen, back to Thirier. And then over the top to Yverna, who restores the lead. But we are more or less back on service, to use a tennis term. Thirier trying to encourage the crowd. Hirschfeld, the one-pointer with the inbound. He needs someone to inbound too, though. Referee's counting down, and Medel frees himself. Great screen run by Dagenet there so that people couldn't block Medel. And then an even better screen by Hirschfeld to enable Medel to get over the line. Always tempting to watch the high pointers, the ones in possession of the ball who scoots this way and that. But there's so much defensive work done. There, the defensive work was being done by all of the Canadians. And Thirier got to about 8 seconds of the allotted 10 in which to inbound and thought, I can't do this safely. I'm going to have to call a timeout. Second floor timeout called by France. It enables substitutions to be made. So, Yverna has gone off, believe it or not. Verdun, Jarlon, Nankin, and Ducret on there. So 3-2-5-1-5-1. And it's the three-pointer Verdun who picks that up. And then for Canada, Eric Rodrigue is back on. Zach Medel's still out there, as you would expect. Anthony Letourneau and Cody Caldwell. So they're going a very balanced lineup. The high and the low, 3-5 and 0.5, and then the 2-2s in the middle. Board held up there by the French bench saying vert, green. So that's a set play. Only they know what it is. Maybe we can work it out afterwards. Maybe it's go back in the key, which is what they're doing, but Medel gets through. $19 apiece in this match for 5th place in the Paralympics. Germany have finished 8th. Denmark 7th, and this is the match for 5th and 6th. Change in inbounder there. I think it was Rodriguez had called to inbound Asked one of the referees if he could. Letourneau needs to get it over the halfway line, and the safest way of doing that is to Medel. Look at the trunk function he's got to get all the way down there to pick that ball up. You get more or less two different types of players in wheelchair rugby. The ones that are known as quad amputees in the game. Ones like Medel, who have got so much trunk function, core strength, upper body, absolutely amazing. And then the ones who've had spinal cord injuries, who tend to be the lower pointers. There we can see a long pass from Jarlon. It's the advantage of having a 2.5 pointer out there. There's more ball handling if you've got a number of mid-pointers out there. Letourneau, always a reliable passer of the ball. The most reliable thing to do is not pass the ball. The most reliable thing is to keep it in the lap of your quickest player, because the more you pass it, the more likely you are to lose it. So ideally, you want to go coast to coast in 10 seconds, and that's what Sébastien Verdun has just done. But you can't always keep it in the lap of your best player. Here is their best player, or their player with the highest function. Medel inbounding, and a turnover has been forced. Let's see what happens here. It was Nankin knocking Rodriguez to within a meter of the inbound, and you can't be, neither defense nor attack can be within a meter of the inbound. So that was incredibly clever play there from Cédric Nankin. It means it's a turnover. It's an awkward corner inbound for Ducré, who has come on. But it's a turnover for the French. Verdun weaves his way through, and they are back 2 points to the good. Left view screen, Ducré and Hirschfeld blocking one another. Garrett Hickling thinking it all through, Patrick Coté as well. Both of them looking like Rodin's thinker, which is only about a 15 or 20-minute walk away from the Champ de Mars Arena, the Rodin Museum and Gardens, with wonderful sculptures in there. Jarlon, one of a number of Stade Toulousain players from Toulouse, a real rugby union hotbed in the southwest of France. Verdun still got 15 seconds to go, no panic yet. And Jarlon and Nankin block Rodriguez, and that leaves a path through for Verdun. Referee counting out the seconds. Medel comes back to get the ball. Always the safest option. Mike Whitehead is out there now. So Hirschfeld, Rodriguez, Medel and Whitehead. Canada going 3-5, 3-1, 0.5. We're into the last 2 minutes. France in possession. The board held up there, as you can see, says 1:35. So ideally for the French, they will score with 1:35 to go. Ducré doing good blocking work. Medel not wanting Jarlon to get over the halfway line. He gets the ball over the halfway line and gets it to the best possible outlet, who is Verdun. Jarlon tries to carve a path for Verdun. Can't do it, so Verdun backs off. Medel says, "You're not coming this way." Jarlon needs to get in there. They're going to have to call the timeout here unless Nankin can. Nankin, brilliant blocking from the number 5, and that opens up a pathway for Verdun. You've got to have eyes left, right and centre in this sport. So they didn't quite score when they wanted to. Now Garrett Hickling holding up the board saying 55 seconds. That's when the Canadians want to score. And if anyone can manage the clock on this court, it's Zach Medel. Medel remembers to bounce it every 10 seconds. He gets to the line and goes over on. Took a little bit too much time there, Zach. 53.2. Reminder, the French have 2 floor timeouts. Canada have 1. France could theoretically, prends-le, it says. Prends-le is the board, take it. And that means take the timeout. So the French are going to go all the way up the court, hold on to the ball, and once the match clock is down below 15, in 18 seconds time, they will take a timeout. So when the shot clock is down to about 1, the match clock at 14 point whatever, they will take a timeout. Canada know they're going to do it, so they're not taking any risks. Medel's going to keep them honest though. Okay, and timeout. 14.9 seconds. Right, the shot clock goes to 15. The match clock's 14.9. Timeout is taken, so France now have the last 15 seconds in which to keep possession and score. It also means they can change their lineup. Canada can as well, but they're not going to. Vanacker calling a set play. Hivernin surely going to come back out. Yes, he does. Hivernin, Jarland, Nankin, Ducret. So they've got some good functionality. They've got a 1-pointer who can inbound. Jarland gets it, and now the 14.7 seconds starts. Needs to get it to Hivernin. Too much. Medel, can he score in the next 6 seconds, or is he just going to hold on to it? Fires it forward, but it's going to go nowhere. So the French have burnt a timeout, but they still maintain the lead. 25-24. Needed to be perfect over the top from Jarland. It wasn't quite. They burnt a timeout, but at least they didn't have a turnover. And at half-time, France lead it by the slimmest of margins, 25-24. Nothing to choose between these teams in this 5th and 6th place playoff. Teams who are already 5th and 6th in the world. Canada 5th, France 6th. Little heart symbol there. Yes, we all do indeed love wheelchair rugby. If you're watching it for the first time, then it's a pleasure to have you, and please keep watching it because it's such a spectacular sport. I'm sure you agree. Spectacular when Medel's playing it. It's spectacular when he's going toe-to-toe with Jonathan Hivernin. When youngsters along the lines of Rio Kanikovac are coming through. Barely into his 20s, and here he is at the Paralympics. Hivernin gets to travel around the world playing his sport. That was the one where he just got his casters over the line before he was knocked into the post. There's a turnover. Medel scooped it up, cruised over the line, and Kanikovac gave Hivernin a bit of a tap for good measure. Sébastien Verdun got a lot of game time. Both teams going deep through their benches in their final match here at the 2024 Paralympics in Paris. A couple of turnovers and a couple of steals for Canada, one for France of each. Those cancel one another out. And it turns out that France made slightly better use of their possession, so they are 1 point to the good, heading into the big 10-minute break.
C'est la dernière session de rugby fauteuil. Vous commencez à compris que j'allais pas vous lâcher. Hein. Si moi j'ai encore du jus après 5 jours, je suis sûr que vous en avez 2 fois plus que moi. On va faire un test. Là, Chateau, supporter de l'équipe de France, est-ce que vous êtes toujours là? Attention, je vois toutes vos mains en l'air maintenant, puisque vous allez faire vous-même le spectacle. Tous vos bracelets en l'air maintenant. Et laissez-vous porter.
Fans in the stand at the Champ de Mars thoroughly enjoying themselves during the 10-minute break. And then back they come with Allez les Bleus. Let's go the Blues. The Blues, France, lead it 25-24 as we go into the third period. Canada have the possession arrow, or they had it rather, so they were given the ball to inbound. And Medel goes over to tie things up 25 apiece. French going 3-3-1-5. 0.5 with Yvernat, Verdun, Nankin and Le Guen. Verdun it is, and he's actually got, well, he anticipated he was going more quickly than Medel there, so he outpaced the 3.5 pointer. The Canadians going 3-5-2-2, 0.5. Medel 3-5, Letourneau and Caldwell the 2 pointers, and then the low pointer is Eric Rodriguez. Medel making sure he doesn't go back over the halfway line. So tries being exchanged this way and that, as is often the case. Patrick Coté holding up an upside down board saying sundown, so sundown upside down. Obviously a set play, but this set play hasn't worked because Yvernat goes over. So France with their noses in front. They lead 27-26. Canada looking to tie things up with this possession, but the next contested possession, which could well be the last one of the match, will go to the French. If there isn't a held ball when two players on opposing teams each have their hands on the ball and the referees decide that the play's going nowhere, if there isn't one of those, then the next contested possession will be the start of the fourth quarter, and the French will get that automatically. What a great inbound there from Le Guen. 0.5 pointer with a great inbound. And wonderful blocking by Verdun to make sure that Yvernat, his partner in crime, can get through. So if there isn't a held ball, or a jump ball as a lot of the players like to call it, using the basketball term, then France will get the opening possession of the final quarter. And if you can score first and score last in every quarter, then that's an 8-point advantage over your opponents. Scoring first, that depends on the possession arrow, but if you can score last, that's the one that the teams always want to do. Nicely popped over the top by Medel. Le Guen to inbound. You can see the referee counting out. He only has to do it 2 times. Maximum of 10 seconds to inbound. Over the halfway line goes Yvernat. Little tap from Le Guen to try to make some room for him. He's not going to be able to get through on his own here. 10 seconds to go on the shot clock. Verdun tries to make room for him, and Medel ended up looking this way and that. Needed eyes in the back of his head. He got a 3-pointer in front of him and one behind him. And then Yvernat says, whoa, what's going on there, as Caldwell reached in and had a poke and a prod. Medel boxed in by Nankin and Verdun. But he gets some help from Rodriguez. Can't get over the line, and a timeout is called. You can see the shot clock was down to 30. And you need to be over the line before it hits 28. Verdun, and then Nankin comes in with the pick bar. That's the big bar at the front of the chair. There's Cédric Nankin, a Parisian. And he'll be looking to finish as high as possible at his home Paralympics. The timeout is called. No more floor timeouts left for Canada. So they can't stop the clock. 133 tries across the tournament. And this is 5th game. Reach in there early on. was when he went to the sin bin. So you can change, well, you can choose who's going to inbound, and you can also make substitutions. So Mike Whitehead has picked that one up. Medel, Whitehead, Hirschfield, and Rodriguez, I think, is still out there. Yep, so it's 3-5-3-1.5 for Canada, and then 3-3-1.5.5. Swarming defense there. And Verdun needs to get it over the line, and how about that? And Le Guen taps into Whitehead. There's an interesting one. Guen means white in Breton. Brittany, northwest of France, and they have their own language. So Le Guen on Whitehead. It's white on white. Bell cruises over, and it's 30 apiece. A reminder that the French have a floor timeout left to use, and they have the possession arrow. The possession arrow there is on the scorer's table to the right of your screen. And it means that the team attacking in that direction has the next contested possession. Yvernat gets it to Verdun, who drops the shoulder, and over he goes. Verdun has played in the English Championship, played for Leicester Tigers. It's great that the players at the top level of this sport get to play all around the world. Zach Medel, who's played for Queensland in the Australian Championship. Patrick Cote holding up a sign saying white. So it's either Whitehead, give it to Whitehead, or it's keep it away from Le Guen. Yvernat does a 360. Then he does a slalom, and over he goes. Yeah, round of applause there on the Canadian bench. Cody Caldwell liked that one. He'll like that one, this one a little bit less. Down goes Whitehead. And then there's a high five from Verdun for Nankin. Bang, straight in there. 1.5 knocks down 3. And Nankin is saying he was in possession of the ball when he touched the ground. That seems to be what Nankin is trying to explain to the referees. So have the French got a turnover? They have indeed. So Whitehead goes to ground when in possession. Of course, they couldn't call a timeout. He needed to get the pass out before he was knocked to the ground. Couldn't do, so can Canada do what they like to do and cause a turnover to correct the turnover they committed? No, they can't. Tristan Barfetti and Riyad Salim on the bench there. So the French 1 point to the good, and they have possession. Canada have made changes once again. Medel Rodriguez still out there. Hirschfield Whitehead. Hirschfield following Yvernat very well. Yvernat gets it all the way over the top, a looping pass. Canada ready to make more changes. Next time there is a dead ball. As you can see now, as Medel goes past, they have a couple of players ready to come on in the substitutes box. And those players are Patrice Dagenet and Rio Kandakovac. That's 3.5 points coming on. You'd say that Rodriguez and Whitehead will be the ones to go off, but we'll see that when it happens. Ivana this way and that. Nankin tries to keep Whitehead out of the equation. Ivana gets it to Verdun. It's a simple game when you've got two players combining that well. It's picked off. An equipment timeout is called immediately, and Yvernin not happy with that, saying we were bearing down on the try line directly. But let's see this one again. Hirschfeld with a big inbound that was intended for Whitehead. Right, and it's actually Yvernin calling for the equipment timeout. A huge turnover there for the French, and Yvernin saying that he wanted to make sure that with that they convert this turnover. So it's not going to reset the shot clock because it was a French player who wanted the equipment timeout and they were in possession. But he wanted to make sure that there were 8 points available to try to score rather than 5 if he couldn't move due to a problem with his equipment. Now a reaching foul from Mike Whitehead. Puts his hand in there. There you can see putting his hand on Yvernin. So 4 on 3. 8 points plays 5 points because 3's in the bin. It means substitutions can be made, but France have decided to bring on Ducret. And Jarlon is back on. Verdun and Le Guen go off. 3-2-5, 1-5-1. Whitehead's in the bin. He couldn't be substituted out. You can't be substituted out when you're in the bin. So Canada not making substitutions yet, but they've still got Kanda Kovac and Caldwell ready to come on. Running time off the clock here. And why wouldn't you? They want to make sure a trap is set for Whitehead so that he can't come out of the bin. And they also want to take as much time off the clock as possible. So that man with the mask, the man on the mask, as opposed to the man in the mask, he scores. They lead by 3. They've taken 40 seconds off the clock. They forced Whitehead to inbound, and Nankin's keeping him under wraps, but you can't keep Medel under wraps for long. Two points the difference, but we're getting down to the last 2 minutes of this third quarter, the championship quarter, as it's often referred to. This is the time when matches are won and lost, when championships are won and lost. And the French are 3 clear. So we're getting down to the last 2 minutes when time stamps are going to be held up on boards. Medel needs to make sure he doesn't do an over and back. Whitehead almost loses the ball, but pops one over the top for Medel. Medel goes over, but doesn't go over. No, he's obviously aware of a timestamp. Or maybe it was a shouted timestamp by Coté or Garrett Hickling. Ducret with the inbound. Gets one over the top to Yvernin. Medel will catch up with him, but they've got the ball over the line. That's the main thing. They got the inbound out. They've got the ball over the halfway line. Nankin trying to keep Medel out of the way, as is Jarlon. Back goes Yvernin. Reminder that they've still got a timeout if they need one. Yvernin resists the bump and crash from Medel. And as the crowd shout, Allez les Bleus, over he goes. Medel with it all to do. The coach's timeout has been called. You could hear the klaxon. I think it's because Coté and Hickling desperate to make some changes and get Kanda Kovac on. On they come, Kanda Kovac and déjeuner. These teams played off for 5th and 6th place at the World Championships just under 2 years ago in Vejle in Denmark, and Canada won that one 60-48. I think we can safely say that that is not going to be the scoreline. We're not going to have a 12-point blowout in this one. I think something incredible for Canada to score 24 and France only to get 10 as we go into the final minute here. France, well, remember at the second quarter, they got about 55 seconds to go. Took a timeout and it ended up not quite paying off. Are they going to do the same again? You wouldn't have thought so. I think they're just going to want to get the points. 2 clear, make it 3 clear here if Jarlon can get over. Down to around 10 seconds on the shot clock. Fast and furious stuff. Jarlon looks like he's trying to draw a foul. Pops one over to Yverna, who's going to wait until there are 2 seconds, 1 second to go. Get the caster over the line with 0.6. A point on the board is always better than trying to manage the clock too quickly. Medel waits for it to bounce because that gives him extra time. The clock only starts once it's been touched, and he was about to go over, tried to stop himself, but had too much impetus. So Medel, a bit of a mistake there. He wanted to use up more time. He's been blocked by Nankin. 7.6 seconds, it says dernier. Last play, can they get the ball out there? It's been blocked. Fast and furious stuff. So the French don't score the last point, as was the case in the second quarter as well. But they won't mind too much. They lead by 2 going into the final 8 minutes of their campaigns. Great block there by Rio Kandakovac. I think he saved a point, and he's kept his team in this. They're only 2 behind. France will have the possession arrow in the final quarter. So 2 points could well become 3 points. They've also got 1 timeout left. But if anyone can turn it around against them, Canada can. One turnover, but 2 steals for the French. A few more penalties, but the difference, the 2-point difference, is down to clock management. Managed to take time off the clocks. They haven't done it perfectly, the French. They could be 4 points clear by now. Haven't quite managed to get the last score, but they've still run time down and prevented Canada from getting extra points at the end of quarters. Verdun with a big push. They've gone through their bench very well as well. There are times when the French can be a little bit one-dimensional. They won their group at the World Championships, went 5 from 5, defeated USA, GB, New Zealand, Germany, Switzerland, and then had their pockets picked. Lost to Denmark in the quarterfinals. Denmark, who'd finished 4th in their group, France, who'd won theirs. Denmark, who'd only won 2 matches out of 5, and caught them cold in that quarterfinal. And that was probably because the French had really worn down their top 2, Yverna and Verdun. Whereas here, both of those players have been given a rest. Jarlon has played plenty. Le Guen hasn't been exhausted. Ducré has played a fair bit. They haven't gone through the whole bench, but they've got 7 or 8 they really trust. And they're more than happy to have Ducré out there when Le Guen needs a bit of a rest. They're happy to have Jarlon out there when Verdun or even Yverna needs a rest. So Yverna's had a breather here. Well, we're having Bolero by French composer Maurice Ravel. Ravel's Bolero, but now they've been handing out wristbands to everyone coming in to this final session of the wheelchair rugby of the Paris 2024 Paralympics. Now, back underway. The French have the possession arrow, so they get the inbound. French going with their favoured lineup. They've gone back to the well. Those players have been rested, so they've gone with Ivana, Verdun, Nankin, Le Guen, 3-3-1-5.5. Canada with Medel, Kandakovac, Dagenet and Hirschfield, so they're going 3-5-2-5-1-1. Canadians get it back to 2. If you think about it, then all they really need, Canada, is 1 turnover. But they need it sooner rather than later. Get a turnover and then they will get the French very nervous. Ivan's going to take time off the clock until he gets punted over the line. Now it's a 3-point game. Kandakovac to Medel, score quickly, that's what they need to do. Quick score, and they need an early turnover. If they can get an early turnover, they get it to within 1. And then the French will be nervous on the inbound. I say that, he's such a good inbounder, Corentin Le Guen. Verdun goes over, and the problem for Canada is that they are playing a full court press. They are desperate to try to force a turnover sooner rather than later, and it means that their players end up at the wrong end of the court once the French have sprung the trap. And so the French can score and take time off the clock. 1.5 minutes has gone already. Medel wheels around, needs to get the ball over the halfway line. He's got 2 seconds in which to do it. Does so, and well, how on earth was that one picked out by Dagenet? A 1-pointer manages to corral the ball, hand it over to Medel, so that counts as a pass. And then Medel over the top to Kandakovac. Great play by Dagenet. Nankin tries to keep Medel under wraps, but Dagenet turns the tables on him. See Verdun trying to push Hirschfield towards the inbounder, which would make him commit a foul, force him into committing a foul. Ivana, over he goes. Complaining a little bit there. He's got a little bit too much attention paid to him. Huge inbound from Hirschfield. At 1 point to manage to get an inbound like that. At 1/3 of the length of the court. And a great chest pass from Kandakovac. Ivana blocking Hirschfield, and Nankin comes back to try to take care of Medel. Verdun is going to be in trouble here in terms of the time, and the timeout comes. That is the final timeout for the French. So now it's level pegging. Canada chipping away at this advantage. They haven't got a turnover, but they've taken the final floor timeout out of the pockets of the French. Now what they would love to do from this corner inbound, you don't get to inbound it from where the ball was stopped. It needs to be a corner or a side inbound, but still virtually a corner. They wanted to put pressure on the French there, but the pressure has been relieved. Medel's going to pop Verdun over the line. Or he thought he was. Kandakovac ends up doing it. 5 minutes to go. Bounce pass to Kandakovac. Le Guen slows him down a little bit and slows him down enough for Ivana to get there. This is going to have to be a risky pass. Risky passes abound. Hirschfeld. They've said it was a spinning foul against Le Guen. Could have gone either way. So where does he touch him? Does he touch him? He almost seems to go down under his own steam there, Hirschfeld, but a spinning foul is called. No. They've said he's left the court. Indeed, Le Guen didn't touch him, so that is a turnover. Huge turnover for the French. Great inbound. And providing they can score here, then it's a 3-point gap. Nankin knocks, well, the two of them. Nankin then Ivana knock Hirschfeld over the line, Dagenet over the 9, and then throwing the ball back to him, it bounces off his head. Either way, 3-point lead for the French. They're not home and hosed yet, but they're going a long way to guaranteeing 5th place, both at the Paralympics and in the world rankings. Cote and Hickling looking nervous. Reaching foul. That's the problem. Hirschfeld has got to gamble. It's better for Hirschfeld to gamble because he's a 1-pointer. You don't want Medel doing that. You don't want 3 points going off the court, but you've got to gamble. You've got to try to reach in and steal the ball. When you're 3 points down with 4 minutes to go, you've got to take risks. Verdun's going to take all the time in the world. Dagenet is going to come up and get ready to take the inbound. Medel doesn't want to go too far. And in the end, he is going to have to knock Verdun over the line. Out comes Hirschfeld, and he's going to inbound. Great time management there. Medel didn't want to allow himself to be exposed to French blockers coming back and locking him up for the next play. Verdun's already with him. Hirschfeld over the line. It's down to 2 points. By no means out of the realms of possibility, but Canada need turnovers, and they need them now. Patrick Cote takes his final coach's timeout. The French are going to stick with their top 4, Ivana, Verdun, Nankin, Le Guen. Medel with it all to do. He's been out there for almost every minute of every Canadian game. Back underway, 3.5 minutes to go. Ivana almost knocked out of play, needs to get the ball over the halfway line. Does so just about. It's going to be lost though. Where's the ball going to end up? Has Ivana got it back? He has. Canada are judged not to ever have been in possession there, so the shot clock isn't reset. But it's not going to matter as Ivana burrows his way over. Riyad Salem, the Parisian, in his final Paralympics. The French 3 clear. Kovač needs a quick score. Gives it to Medel. That's usually the best way of getting a quick score. But look at the way the French are swarming around him. Great screen run by Hirschfeld. 2:45, 2 points. Le Guen just needs to inbound safely. Every point now makes it more difficult for Canada. Takes time off the clock. Nankin prevents Hirschfeld from knocking Ivana over the line. Coach's timeout called. It's the last one that Van Acker can take. 3 points clear. 2.5 minutes to go. Medel with 32 tries. You can see that the French, they've got the double threat, Ivana and Verdun. Jarlon playing earlier. He was more to have better hands and more function out there to set up either Ivana or Verdun. He played with both of them. Ivana actually given a bit of a rest at one point. Nankin's going to get that, and Verdun managed to keep it from going back over the halfway line and got rid of it before he went down. You don't call a stoppage in play if the opposition has got it, so let's watch this again. Nankin gets a hand to it. It's now in the possession of the French, who need to get rid of it before it goes back over into their defensive half. So that's what Verdun does. Medel picks it up, and providing that he then just goes straight to the try line, he's allowed to continue. 2 points the difference, 2:17. Le Guen needs a good inbound. He needs to get it to Ivana. He does. Ivana is going to give it to Le Guen, who pops it over the top. How about that for a 0.5 pointer? Shows a bit of push, shows some hand skills. Canada need quick tries, and here's a bit of push from Kovač into the last 2 minutes. No real need for timestamps. Canada need turnovers. French need to keep possession. That's why Medel's barging into Ivana. He has to gamble. Verdun's going to cruise over. Nankin slows Hirschfeld down a little bit. Barfetti on the sidelines. He's only played a minute or two, but we'll see more of him once players retire. Like Salem. Medel gets it. He's boxed in. It's all taking time off the clock. Kovač, no real path to the line. Dagenet tries to make space for him. Medel gets it. It's 1:32. Still possible. Le Guen sticks his hand up for the inbound. Still possible, but Canada need a turnover, and they need it right now. Medel, damned if you do, damned if you don't. He has to commit to trying to get the ball out of the way of Ivana, but Nankin and Le Guen lock him up. Bottom left of your screen, 1.5 plus 2 blocks 3. You're using 2 points to take 3.5 out of the game. That is the equation on which rugby union, wheelchair rugby works. A minute and 6 to go. Medel not quite given up hope. The French in good voice at the Champ de Mars Arena. Even now with a smile on his face. There's a minute to go. A turnover now would make things very nervous for the French. Ivana isn't free. Neither is Verdun. 10 seconds in which to inbound. That's the first thing. Gambling all the way. Can Medel stop him? Either way, they've got over the halfway line and they can eat up time. And this score is going to put it beyond doubt. Already over the line. 38 seconds to go. Hirschfeld running a screen there, so we couldn't see quite how Kandakovac clipped Ivana. Ivana's back up and says no harm, no foul. Canada need an immediate score. This really is the last chance saloon. They need to score right now and get an immediate turnover once they've done it. Medel's on his own. Kandakovac isn't far enough up there. Can he get over straight away and make it interesting? He can. Full court press from the Canadians. It's all in Le Guen's hands. Who's he going to get it to? He hasn't got enough of an inbound to get it far. Nankin. Incredible upper limbs from him for a 1.5 pointer. Ivana's got it. Take your time, Sébastien Verdun. Three points clear with 5.2 seconds to go. Medel is going to launch one forward. It's going to be batted down. And how about that to finish off their campaign? The French defeat Canada 53-50 and secure fifth spot not only at the Paralympics but also in the world rankings. Fifth place goes to France. Canada finish sixth. What a match it was. In the balance all the way through. But the French had the bench strength. They managed to go through their mid-pointers, give some of the high pointers a rest. Even the low pointers as well. Kept everybody fresh. Ivana, Verdun, Le Guen, and Nankin all given rests. And all came out firing. Le Guen, what a performance from him. They all came out firing. They would have hoped for a medal on home soil, but the standard of wheelchair rugby at the moment is absolutely immense. So for them to finish fifth, outdoing their world ranking, that's a great performance on home soil. Congratulations to Bob Van Acker. They're a team on the rise. They've won the European Championships twice in a row, defeating Team GB, both in Paris and in Cardiff. And hopefully, many of these thousands of fans who came to the Champ de Mars over 5 days will have enjoyed what they've seen. And hopefully they'll fall in love with wheelchair rugby. You'd have to have a heart of stone not to fall in love with this sport. Riyad Salem taking his final bow. Salem, the veteran, got very little time here. He was on the bench just in case. Well into his 50s. It was his final performance on home soil. Well, only fitting that we've got a Belgian coach for the French. There's some Belgian-French music being played now. as they all take the plaudits from their fans. Wonderful to see these big masks in the crowd as well. Everybody thoroughly enjoying themselves. That's what these Paralympics are about. Great sport and great entertainment for the fans who have come out in their thousands, their tens of thousands. Come here to the Champ de Mars to see incredible wheelchair rugby. Almost every match has been tightly contested and going right down to the last few minutes. Zach Medell never giving up. Cedric Nankin, the blocking work that he did. Rio Kandakovac, the future of Canadian wheelchair rugby. Jonathan Hivernat, the present. Highlight reels, we could show the entire 32 minutes again. That was when it was finally beyond Canada there. That was the final turnover, didn't quite get it over the line, so the turnovers there, 2 for Canada, 3 steals, gave up a number of penalties, and the French just edging it. A try here, a try there, and they ended up 3 points clear. And as you can see, they're in the huddle in the middle of the Champ de Mars. It means they have guaranteed 5th spots. Denmark defeated Germany in the 7th place playoff. Australia secured a bronze medal, edging out the defending champions Great Britain. So Australia are on the podium. France defeating Canada to finish 5th and to go up to 5th in the world rankings. And that just leaves us with the gold medal match to come as the French soak in every second of this wonderful time and wonderful achievement for them. As you can hear, the Champ de Mars has broken out into a spontaneous rendition of La Marseillaise to celebrate France's victory over Canada. They finish their tournament on a high. They couldn't make it onto the podium, but they did almost the next best thing. They won the 5th and 6th place playoff. France defeating Canada to finish 5th in the tournament. France 53, Canada 50.
bonsoir à toutes et à tous. Est-ce que ça va toujours? L'Arena Champ-Mars. Ouais, on dirait que vous êtes déjà rentré chez vous, c'est pas normal ça. Est-ce que ça va toujours? Ok, vous le savez, dans quelques instants, la grande finale de ces Jeux Paralympiques de Paris 2024. Le Japon face aux États-Unis d'Amérique. Il va falloir donner toute l'énergie qui vous reste, mesdames et messieurs. Il va falloir être absolument excellent ici. Je vous rappelle que vous êtes en face de toutes les caméras du monde. Il y a au moins 1 million de personnes qui vous regardent à la télé. Il faut montrer qu'ici en France, on aime le rugby fauteuil et qu'on aime soutenir une équipe japonaise ou une équipe américaine. Vous faites comme vous le sentez. Vous pouvez même supporter les deux équipes en tous les cas. On a besoin de vous. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts à vous lâcher à l'occasion de cette finale? Are you ready to be crazy? Vous êtes sûr? Bon, alors je vous retrouve dans quelques instants, les joueurs arrivent. Accueillez-les en lieu, à tout de suite.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'Arena Champ-Mars, s'il vous plaît, c'est la grande finale pour savoir qui repartira avec la médaille d'or. Du bruit pour l'équipe du Japon.
It's time to make the teams for the warm-up for our gold medal match. First of all, it's Japan.
Et maintenant, mesdames et messieurs, l'Arena Champ-Mars, s'il vous plaît, un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour Team USA.
Now we welcome our opponents to contest the gold medal, USA.
L'Arena Champ-Mars, si jamais vous êtes un petit peu en retard pour notre début de session, nous avons un match entre la France et le Canada. Et donc, du coup, vous n'avez pas encore tout compris au règle. Le rugby fauteuil, ça tombe bien sur l'écran géant grâce à notre partenaire. Vous allez pouvoir comprendre un peu mieux comment ça se passe en match de rugby fauteuil. C'est maintenant sur l'écran en français puis en anglais.
We always welcome new fans here to Roger Rugby. Welcome, you have just joined us here at Champ-Mars Coming on screen now are Ayers explain the video in French and English if you are new to the sport to help you understand what's coming up over the next couple of hours.
Objectif, marquer le plus d'essais. Un essai, c'est lorsque le joueur franchit la ligne d'essai avec le ballon et le but. Chaque équipe est mixte et composée de 4 athlètes sur le terrain. Choc de blocage, stop les adversaires, pour créer de l'ouverture, contre. Les matchs se jouent en 4 cartons de 8 minutes chacun. En possession du ballon, on a 10 secondes pour remonter le passé, 12 pour franchir la ligne médiane et 14 pour marquer. La pression est forte, le jeu intense. La classification des athlètes va de 7,5 à 3,5. Elle correspond au degré de limitation à la pratique du jeu. Les 4 joueurs sur le terrain ne peuvent dépasser un total de 8. Un point supplémentaire est accordé pour chaque joueuse. Les défenseurs utilisent un long fauteuil muni d'une large choc pour percuter et retenir les adversaires. Les attaquants utilisent des fauteuils conçus pour la vitesse et évoluer dans les espaces restreints. Ces fauteuils sont faciles à manœuvrer en marche. La tactique, le physique et le chute font partie des jeux cités et des Jeux Paralympiques de Paris 2024.
Wheelchair rugby is a full contact sport that combines elements of rugby, basketball, and handball. Teams compete to score the most tries. A try is scored when a player with the ball crosses the try line with 2 means. Each team can have 4 mixed gender players on the court at any given time, hitting and off are used to stop opponents or create openings for us to score. Matches are played in 4 quarters, 8 minutes each. Once we get possession of the ball, we have 10 seconds to bounce or pass, 12 seconds to get to the other half, and 30 seconds to score. The pressure is on. Add excitement to the game. Add to calculating the score points based on point score ranging from 0.5 to 3.5. These are given based on the degree of activity limitations on our ability to play rugby. The 4 players on the court cannot exceed a total of 8 points. An additional half point is allowed for each female player on the court. Defensive players use a long wheelchair and have a wide arm designed to strike and hold opponents, while attacking players use wheelchairs designed for speed and agility to maneuver through tight spaces. Tactics, physicality, and good tumbles are all part of the game. Watch us compete at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games.
On nous en dit un petit peu plus sur les 2 équipes qui vont aller tout faire pour récupérer cette médaille d'or des Jeux Paralympiques de Paris 2024. L'équipe du Japon, coachée par Chateau, ils sont actuellement numéro 3 au ranking mondial. Ils ont tout gagné dans ce tournoi, 3 sur 3 lors des phases de poule et victoire dans tout petit essai du quart en demi-finale hier contre l'Australie. Cette équipe du Japon qui a déjà ramené la médaille de bronze lors des derniers JO, mais également du côté de Rio, ils n'ont jamais gagné mieux qu'une médaille de bronze. Donc évidemment qu'ils vont pouvoir tourner pour aller la chercher. Le Japon est tout simplement l'équipe qui réalise le plus d'interceptions, 25 dans ce tournoi, notamment grâce à leur numéro 21 et sud-africaine que vous voyez ici même en photo sur l'écran géant. Il s'appelle Ike Yokinobu, 13 interceptions réalisées en tous les 54 essais à lui tout seul.
Well, the story behind the two teams that we're watching, they have already met here in this competition in Paris 2024 in the pool stages. A game that was won by Japan by 45 to 42. Japan, the bronze medalists from Tokyo home soil 3 years ago. But this is Japan's first ever time competing in the Paralympic wheelchair rugby gold medal match. So already about to make some history, whichever colour medal they end this game with. 11 of the 12 members of the team in Tokyo that took the bronze medal are back here in Paris. So hardly any changes from that team. Ike Yukinobu, top of the steals charts right across the tournament with 13.
En face, l'équipe des États-Unis, coachée par Joe Delagrave. Ils sont numéro 2 mondiaux, juste devant l'équipe du Japon. Ils ont remporté, eux, la médaille d'argent aux Jeux Olympiques de Tokyo. Encore une fois, c'était devant l'équipe du Japon. L'or à Pékin en 2008, à Sydney en 2000. Ils ont gagné 2 matchs sur 3 lors du tournoi de préparation, puisqu'ils avaient déjà perdu en phase de poule contre cette même équipe du Japon par 3 essais d'écart. Victoire pour l'équipe des États-Unis en demi-finale contre la Grande-Bretagne de 7 essais. Ici même sur l'écran, vous voyez Sarah Adam, numéro 8 de cette team USA. Elle est très très importante dans le collectif. Elle est tout simplement la première femme de l'histoire du rugby fauteuil américain. Elle fait partie des joueurs qui ont le plus joué dans cette compétition pour l'équipe des États-Unis. Elle est un œil sur Sarah Adam.
USA silver medalist the last 2 times around to uphold that to gold here in Paris. They've won a medal at every Paralympic Games going back to Sydney in 2000, but it's been a 16-year wait for the gold for USA. 6 of their 12 from Tokyo are here, so quite a high turnover of players in the 3-year cycle since Tokyo. We've picked out on screen Sarah Adam, who's been an influential part of this USA team. She's played the 4th most minutes out of anybody in the US team and making history in this tournament. The first female USA Paralympic wheelchair rugby player in history, Sarah Adam.
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, regardez les écrans géants parce que nous sommes à la recherche du meilleur fan de la journée, en partenaire avec Toyota, bien sûr. We are looking on the giant screen for the fan of the day by Toyota.
Allez, supporters de l'Arena Champ de Mars, regardez sur l'écran géant. On cherche le meilleur fan, il reste quelques supporters de l'équipe de France. Bougez, 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 bougez. Encore, encore. Ok, on est venu avec un tout petit bébé, tout petit, tout petit, tout petit. S'il arrive à dormir celui-là, je ne connais plus rien moi. La team Japon. On bouge, on bouge, on bouge, on bouge.
Welcome to the Champ de Mars Arena in France's capital city for the climax of the wheelchair rugby at Paris 2024. It's a gold medal match between Japan and the United States of America. Japan head here undefeated. The United States have tasted defeat just once to guess who they face in the most important match of them all. Pierre-Alexandre Brière and Liam Costello are honoured with the roles of referees for what is such a keenly anticipated gold medal match. We've been treated to thrillers throughout the competition, no less so in the semi-finals. Japan arriving at the final by virtue of overtime whilst the USA were more comfortable against Great Britain. Earlier today, Australia claimed bronze against Great Britain.
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, c'est le match de la Rugby. S'il vous plaît, un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour la team Japon.
Anxious eyes, but full hearts and two sets of fans full of belief, willing their nations on to gold. And here come Japan, led by Ike Yukinobu. Their first ever bow in a gold medal match at a Paralympic Games in wheelchair rugby. They were, and Ike was, by his own admission, disconsolate when they went out at the semi-final stage at their home games 3 years ago. He felt that destiny was with Japan, and once that destiny was dashed, would it ever be the same again? But they have returned to the grand stage. They've returned to Paris, reignited and with fresh belief that they can claim gold. Whatever happens here today, this Japanese side are history makers. Ogawa Hitochi, the penultimate player to head out, and he is followed by one of the rising stars of the game, Hashimoto Katsuya, just 22 years old, a high point player who is following in the fated footsteps of the likes of Ikazaki, Ike and Shimekawa. Kishi Kotaro, his first Paralympics in charge since succeeding the great Kevin Orr, and he is yet to taste defeat. It has been consummate, albeit nail-biting in the semi-final for Japan against Australia. But one last hurdle is ahead of them, and it is the United States of America. Here comes the second Chuck Melton. After Chuck Aoki, the captain, leads them out. Chuck and Chuck have combined for some magic moments as they're joined by Eric Newby also, and Sarah Adam has quite simply been a revelation. She is arguably the most impactful player to take to the court for any side. The balance, the poise that she has brought in a maiden Paralympics has been remarkable. And for the USA, they have returned to a final supercharged, ready to banish the ghosts of Tokyo and those two of Rio before. The USA, for all of their history, for all of their dominance in the sport, have not claimed a gold since Beijing in 2008. Chuck Aoki is quite simply the talisman. He'll be linking up with Josh Wheeler, and Jeff Butler will be providing the defensive foil to allow the triumvirate of those two and Adam to flourish. Joe Delagrave, the coach, won silver in Tokyo. Can he lead from the touchline the United States to one better, the gold they oh so crave?
National anthem of Japan.
Et maintenant, si vous le pouvez, merci de rester debout pour l'hymne national des États-Unis.
Please remain standing for the national anthem of the United States of America.
An emotional moment for both sets of players and the fans that are packed in the Champ de Mars arena for the gold medal match of Paris 2024 between Japan and the USA. I am Joe Burns, and alongside me for this grand occasion is Drew Lilly.
Couldn't be better, could it? It really couldn't be better. Japan, who have really swept all before them over the last year or so. And here they are with their opening lineup of Ikizaki and Ike, the two three-pointers. And then they're going to go for Kusaba and Okawa. Okawa, one-pointer, one of the best one-pointers in the world. He was best in class at the Canada Cup. United States of America going with their balanced lineup: Chuck Aoki, Sarah Adam, Josh Wheeler, and Jeff Butler in there. Sarah Adam, you mentioned her earlier, such an impactful player. 2.5 points, allows them to play 8.5 out there. Means they can have a really balanced lineup. They can have three ball handlers out there. She's one of the best 2.5s in the world anyway, and the fact that she allows them to play an extra 0.5, worth a weight in gold. Be interesting to see how the two teams use their benches. Say USA runners-up twice, the last two Paralympics. Japan, this is their best performance ever at a Paralympics, whatever happens here, but they're the ones came in as favourites, having won the Canada Cup, been doing so well. They went through qualifying directly, defeating Australia. Couldn't be a better final.
The Paris 2024 Paralympic wheelchair rugby final has commenced. It is Japan in white taking on the United States of America in blue for the Champ de Mars arena in the 7th arrondissement. And it is the USA scoring through their main man, Chuck Aoki, getting on the board early with the first possession from the tip.
The most impressive part was Josh Wheeler winning the tip ahead of Ike, who is surely the tallest player on court at these Paralympics for wheelchair rugby. Managed to outreach Ike, so that's quite an achievement.
Ike Yukinobu, the captain, sits very high in his chair. You can see him there wheeling around in 21, giving Chuck Aoki a little bit of extra attention. But he gets taken out by Jeff Butler, who is so adept at doing the dirty work to free up the space for Aoki. And then you're seeing the passing game of the States there. Aoki to Wheeler, and Adam, the other midpoint player in there, who adds so much value. Well, Ikazaki took his eye off the ball there and it got swiped by Chuck Aoki.
It's fortunate for Japan, it's not going to be a turnover. Aoki gets in there, he's the one who knocks it out. So Japan retained possession, but it doesn't reset the shot clock. But look at that, Statue of Liberty there, Ike.
It's such a gift that he has, not only the height, but also the ability to control the ball one-handed and manipulate it so comfortably. It is a true weapon for inbounds and ordinarily the tip. But Japan have got themselves bogged down in the key a little bit here before it opens up for Ikazaki. He looked to be in the quicksand, didn't he? But then it just opened up behind him.
2.4 seconds left on the shot clock. It was incredibly close there. Didn't panic though.
Immensely experienced side out there, Japan. There's only one Paralympic debutant among them, but it isn't all about experience. You can come to your first games like this woman here. You can be the first ever female wheelchair rugby Paralympian for your nation, and you can have the most extraordinary impact on matches.
Sarah Adam only made her international debut in 2021, and there is the turnover that they threatened about a minute ago. Aoki picks the pocket and 2 points clear.
Mikazaki to Ike, that's usually a solid foundation. But we just know how revved up Chuck Aoki has been his entire time here in Paris. He's been fueling himself with the narrative of 16 years of gold medal drought. And when he scored the final try against GB in the semi-final, and the buzzer sounded, he was shouting, one more, one more. He won't stop until it's gold.
Adam there with the inbound. The advantage of having such a balanced lineup is that even when you've got a mid-pointer inbounding, there are two other players who are mid or high pointers who are still there with the function to be able to receive the ball and move it up the court.
I think you saw it in all its glory there as well. Look at the reach and the reel in from Adam. You know, she's moving in one direction, arching back, but still able to grasp that ball from Aoki. Ike, nice and simple for the captain. He's played with a smile on his face throughout this competition, and well, it was him who dug them out of that semi-final ditch against Australia in the dying seconds, and then he got the crucial turnover in overtime to carry them to this famous final, this first ever final in their history. Ikazaki arrives, and it's a hurried ball, but Wheeler reads the mind of Aoki.
Aoki did brilliantly well there to avoid the sideline. You often say that the sideline is the fifth defender, and he must have been about an inch inside it there. If you put so much as a caster outside, then it's a turnover. He's reached in again and got another one. I think it's going to go the way of Japan. It does, but that's 3 times now. 1 for an actual turnover, 2 where the ball has been stripped and Japan maintain possession, but it doesn't reset the shot clock. So very much up and about the Americans to start off this gold medal match.
His 4th Paralympics, Chuck Aoki.
Reaching foul has been given. And a penalty try. I think it was Wheeler that reached in there.
Mishandled by Aoki.
It's a gold medal match. There's nerves on both sides here.
Adam gets herself into position, gets greeted by Hashimoto, who's got a bit more pace and mobility, but that has not fazed Sarah Adam. We saw it in all its devastating glory in the semi-final as she upended the likes of Stu Robinson, of Aaron Phipps, left the big men of GB on their backs. But they're showing a little bit more guile as she aided USA to another try. Here goes Zike.
The fact that Sarah Adam plays means you can play Josh Wheeler as well. It's tough on the likes of Eric Newby, who's had very little court time, and then even Chuck Melton, we haven't seen a whole lot of him. But the fact that Adam is playing enables you to play an extra 0.5. It means Wheeler can be out there, and that is such a benefit for Team USA.
But how good, though, for the USA to have the likes of Newby and Melton to deploy. Think of some of the big plays that Melton's been involved in when he's come up. That out of this world take and offload from Aoki to Melton on the buzzer in their early match against Japan, in fact, as a buzzer beater. Like those are the kind of impacts that those guys can have.
Now, change for Japan. Hashimoto has come out, the youngster, just in his early 20s. He's the one who's a 3.5-pointer. Norimatsu is out there as well. And Kurahashi Kae is there. So Japan doing what USA are doing. They have a very good female player in Kurahashi, and she's out there. It enables them to play 3-5-3, 1-5.5. So both teams, 8.5 points out there.
Look at the mastery of EK up top. And Hashimoto, who went to Tokyo, well, didn't really get to feature, did he, as a young man, but now 22 years old, growing minute by minute into the main man for Japan. One of the most exciting things about this Paralympics as a whole is the emergence of some of the young stars, and Butler, Adam is just one of them. Wheeler, one-wheeled Wheeler, finding the pass.
I think he needed one wheel there. He was close. There we go. Yes, and that wheel almost went over the sideline. There's something about his wheels that they seem to come off, or he puts himself in a position to have his wheels knocked off. Puts himself on the line. Doesn't shy away from contact.
Well, the scoring is pretty free so far for both sides, and it emphasises really where the nub of the match is, and EK almost getting in there. Aoki retrieves the loose ball.
It's twice that inbounds have just about got to Chuck Aoki, not quite, and he's managed to reel them in. But Japan really are knocking on the door here.
It's interesting because they had absolutely no worries against GB, did they, in the semi-final? The inbounds were so easy for them because they've got the three ball players of Adam, Aoki and Wheeler, but the presence of these Japanese players clearly causing a few extra issues.
I think that the fact that Japan have got Norimatsu out there, the number 22 with the shaven head, that's changed things around a little bit for them. Rather than the two one-pointers, they've got a 1.5 and a 0.5 in Kurahashi. But Norimatsu, you can see him there getting so close to Sarah Adam. Aoki's going to struggle to get it over the halfway line. They do, just as the shot clock hits 28. You have 12 seconds to get it over the halfway line, and USA just about fulfill their contract there.
Unbelievable composure there, wasn't it? The time ticking away. Adam arrives on the shoulder. She ships it to Wheeler. It is so fluid and unflustered from the USA. They've grown as the competition's gone on. This is a sharper USA than the one that Japan beat in the pool stage.
You've got 6 absolutely outstanding teams, plus 2 very good ones in Denmark and Germany, who every right to be here as well. But any one of the top 6 could have finished on the podium, anywhere on the podium. And it's not necessarily about going through unbeaten. It's about making it to the semis and then peaking from the semis and the final. And USA certainly, I don't know if it was their peak in the semi, but they certainly hit the heights against Team GB.
Well, look, if they're drawing on past and superstition and experience, they only need to look to Tokyo, where they defeated Great Britain in the group stage, and then they met them in the final and ended up with silver.
Playing teams twice in the space of 4 or 5 days, you learn from your mistakes. You don't necessarily set up in a key defense if you know that the opposition picked you apart that time. You run different plays. You use different lines. It's always a learning experience. Is he a Fukuoka Dandelion, do you think?
That would be a lovely touch, wouldn't it? One of the clubs in Japan where many of the players hail from.
Norimatsu, the number 22, the 1.5 pointer. He's a Fukuoka Dandelion. Wheeler trying to make room and then ends up, it's a game of pass the parcel. It's put in his lap and he rolls over the line.
Well, it was rather put in his lap and then forced into him to give him a bit more impetus as well to make it across the try line. We're into the final minute here, and something I haven't really touched on is the importance of being the last team to score before the end of the period. So you'll see some clock management now, and USA are in a good spot. They're in a really good spot because Butler's coming in interjected there, and it's come off Ike. A turnover right at the death. A huge moment from Butler.
And Adam wants to go for it and lets it go out of play cleverly. So you can see the shot clock's 35, the match clock's 37. So what USA want to do is keep the ball for as long as they can and either score with around 2 seconds to go on the match clock, or maybe take a floor timeout. Each team has 4 timeouts that players can take, and those reset the shot clock. And it may well be, no, Aoki's just going to go over, score as late as he can. He's going to put the brakes on. They're trying to push him over to make him score and leave more time. 5.6 seconds for Japan to score. Norimatsu will inbound, and once it's touched, then the clock starts.
Off goes Hashimoto, arguably Japan's fastest, most devastating runner. That's too much, even for Ike. It was hurried, it was flustered, and that is the perfect period to kick off this gold medal match for Team USA. They lead Japan 14 tries to 11 with 1 period gone.
It was quick-fire stuff. Absolutely raced through that first quarter. Hardly any stoppages. And nevertheless, there was a turnover more at the end. There were balls that were almost lost. Almost a couple of turnovers committed by Japan.
Well, you see there, look, so there's 1 steal for the USA and 1 turnover against Japan. I don't know about, and obviously 3 tries to deficit. I don't know about you, but I haven't come away from that period thinking, oh, USA are 3 tries better there, because there were plenty of nibbles for Japan, namely Ike on those inbounds, but they're the ones who haven't converted, and that little spoil at the end from Butler has really changed the complexion, I think.
Yes, the last minute or so really turned things around. It could have been a 1-try deficit. Obviously, there was the early turnover, but if Japan had managed to maintain possession and also get the final score of the quarter, then they would have been going into the second quarter with possession and only 1 point behind, so they could have leveled things up. And as it is, somehow it's a 3-try deficit.
That will be reduced to 2, as he said, Drew, that they got the possession from the beginning of the second period, and they'll have the possession at the start of the 4th, should everything remain as it is.
Going to have some changes in the lineup for Japan. Hasegawa is coming out as a low pointer. Ikizaki back on with Ike and Norimatsu, so 3-3, 1.5, 0.5. USA staying as they were to begin with.
This style of making the crowd freeze halfway through a song is new to me, Drew, but it is hitting all the right notes here at the Champ de Mars.
Well, quite telling the Fukuoka Dandelion fans to freeze.
And a Brave Blossom jersey in there as well, the Japan National Rugby Union jersey. And a big Chuck Melton fan too. Second period about to commence. Japan trailing the United States of America 11-14 in the gold medal match of Paris 2024.
USA haven't made any changes, so they've still got 3-2-5, 2-5, 0.5. Sarah Adam still out there. I can see Sarah Adam playing a lot of this match.
Ikizaki, a far older, wiser, but no less dynamic heads on the shoulders for Japan. Hashimoto taking a break. And that's good pressure from Japan. They pressed high. Aoki couldn't find a way out. And with time ticking down, he knew he wouldn't be able to get across the center line within 12 seconds. So he burns a timeout. USA will keep possession, but that's a mini win for Japan.
The only downside of having Adam take the inbounds is that it takes 2.5 points off the court. So that still leaves 6 on the court. But if she gives it to Aoki, very close to her, then that's 5.5 points that are really bunched up together. And if Japan have a really strong high press, then they've got a long way to go, USA, to get it over the halfway line. Also, the timeout means you have to take a corner inbound, which is always awkward. And again, look at them hemmed in, but Sarah Adam, always the outlet.
What a take from Josh Wheeler. That was extreme pressure that he was under, and you have to applaud Butler as well for finding him. I mean, 2 bits of execution from the United States there when Japan was swarming all over them.
Two low pointers are locking one another. I think they're actually locked on their pick bars. So Butler has elected to inbound this one so he could loosen himself from the pick bar of Hasegawa. So providing he can do a good inbound, look at that for an inbound from a 0.5 pointer. That's incredible. That is the high pointers are the ones with the stronger core and trunk function. And there we have a turnover.
The pressure pays for Japan.
It was coming.
Yeah, that high press rewarded. Ike onto it, ships it to Ikazaki, and back to the man who snaffled that loose ball. But Norimatsu and Ikazaki arguably should receive the bouquets there. Team effort, though.
It shouldn't have happened because it was a great inbound from a 0.5 pointer. So there was 8 points on the court. And if they can't get it over the halfway line, then, well, let's just say it was testament to the high press that Japan is putting them under.
Norimatsu, so often regarded as probably the best 1.5er in the world, and Ike, simply one of the best to ever do it. It goes to Ikazaki, to Norimatsu, I beg your pardon. And he gets himself on the scoreboard.
Well, it was a 3-point deficit at the first break, and then within a minute and 3/4, it's down to 1 point. Obviously, USA still with possession, but with possession and also with nerves.
This was the period that they essentially won the semi-final against Great Britain yesterday. Turnover after turnover after turnover. I think it was back to back to back, wasn't it? And it just drank the match away from them. So Japan have done well to not fall into that trap, and if anything, they're capitalizing on this purple patch that they're experiencing. And this man is all class. He was MVP when Japan won gold at the Worlds in Sydney back in 2018, and his gifts are far from diminished. Norimatsu just turning away, and Adam escaping the pick bars.
Great block as well from Aoki to make sure she could get through. So it's a New England play that they're going to come up with there. You could see the USA entourage there, the coaching staff holding up a board with Patriot on it. They've got certain set plays. Boston's one of them.
Is there a Yankee one as well?
There's a Magic one.
Ikazaki, the man from the Blitz.
Now, we've got players set up in the substitute boxes that you can see either side of the scorer's table, so they are ready to come on next time there is a dead ball. So either when there's a turnover or if a timeout is called. You have to be in those substitute boxes to come on. You can have substitutions rolling off and on regularly. Once you've come off, you can still come back on, but you have to be ready to come on and poised in the substitution box.
Well, the substitution of Ikazaki onto the court by Kishi has proven to be a masterstroke so far, because Japan looks so composed. They've got these turnovers as well. They're back to within a score, although there's no obvious way through. Ikazaki just fizzes it into Norimatsu. He slips it into reverse, and it's another nicely worked try. Well, incoming.
The fact that Japan have got 2 3-pointers who are so good. Now, if Adam keeps going in a straight, more or less straight line to the try line, she's allowed to continue, even if an opponent's down. It was a fair hit, and as long as you then keep going to the try line, it's almost as if she looked around to the referee and said, can I keep going? And Liam Costello, the Aussie ref, said, yes, you certainly can. So this is a stoppage in play, because one of the players has to be lifted back up, and that enables substitutions to be made.
And Japan have done so. Ikazaki's last contribution for Hashimoto to come back on. A very, very valuable contribution at that. Oh, Hashimoto has seen the ball dislodged. And I think that that is going to be USA ball, is it? No, it's not. Norimatsu is into it. That is a tight call.
Yes, but it doesn't reset the shot clock, because USA were never in possession, even though it was, I think, Lee Fredette who rolled it out. Lee Fredette, who has come on, and Mason Simons as well. So Wheeler and Butler have gone off, but they're still playing 3-2-5-2-1, so they've still got 8.5 points out there. 3 seconds to go on the shot clock there.
Well, Lee Fredette is one of the many Americans out there who are inspired to take up the sport after watching the seminal documentary Murder Ball.
Is that going to be an over and back? It is. So Simons had the ball more or less in his possession, but his chair was half over the line, and then he got knocked. A big hit there. Well, he lost the ball anyway. So either way, it's a turnover, and Japan are going to level this tie.
Fantastic period for Japan so far. Ike tempts Aoki. And now the key defense in full view from the USA. Simon's in position, needs a hand from Kurahashi here, who goes out to interfere with Aoki. Shot clock ticking down. Hashimoto clips the post on his way through, and it is no try awarded. USA have staved off the turnover attack from Japan. Outstanding defense from the USA.
No score and a turnover. So it doesn't start behind the try line, it starts from a corner inbound. That's the only disadvantage. It's an awkward one, but it's a good inbound anyway. So one turnover brings another. USA still with their noses in front, and the opportunity now to get that 2-point lead back. That needed backspin on it, and it didn't have any. 3 turnovers in a row.
You spoke about the nerves, Drew. How often do you see 3 turnovers exchanged in so few seconds from such quality athletes? And a penalty is drawn there from Mason Simons, a little over-eager to get his clutches on the ball, and you can't make contact with the man.
Simons there, he's the one who lost the ball for the original turnover. He's the one who didn't get the ball for the 3rd turnover, and he's obviously snatching at things a little bit. He's desperate to make amends, and the finest of margins are going to decide this match.
So Hashimoto has scored there, and he took a bit of time so that Ike could go across and block Simons' route from the penalty box. It means Simons has had to nominate himself for the inbound. which isn't the optimal way that the USA like to do so. But that's a lovely ball to Wheeler, who gets clipped by Norimatsu, who's working incredibly hard out there. He's been really effectual.
We'll call it a lovely ball to Wheeler. Wheeler made it a lovely ball. It was far too close to the sideline there, and Wheeler managed to keep both wheels inside. Simons needs to calm down.
It's stretching Wheeler to bring out his very best.
Sheer height of EK works there.
Yeah, high looping ball. Made it nice and easy for Hashimoto, who lets his wheels do the rest.
He's the fastest player out on court, and he's showing it. 21 apiece with 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go. An equipment timeout for one of the players. They're calling the Boston play this time around, the USA bench. So now we are getting into the realm of the last 2 minutes, timestamps, when they want to score. USA have used one of their timeouts. Japan haven't used any of theirs yet, so it could be that Japan try to manage the clock, run it down, use a timeout, and keep the ball out of USA's hands. We're not quite yet there.
Still, both teams pretty rich with timeouts at this stage. To have all but one in the game is pretty unusual at this period. Although yesterday, Japan almost had too many, and they got a bit muddled when they were trying to manipulate the clock and score late in the game, and got themselves into a bit of bother. But EK keeps it dead simple on that occasion. Trusts his skills, his agility, his pace. He said ahead of this that he may not be quite as athletic, or his fitness might not be quite up there like it was in Tokyo, but he still feels he's at the peak of his powers in terms of experience, his ability to bring the best out of those around him. And he is leading from the front in his performances. Timeout called because Simons can't get across the center line within 12.
The problem there for USA was that Aoki had the inbound. He inbounded it and immediately got blocked. He was stuck more or less in the key, and he's their main outlet. They got the ball to Simons, who's very tall, but Aoki was still far too far back. There wasn't quite enough push from the 2.0 player Simons. They hadn't got the acceleration, and it meant that Aoki was the one who ended up taking the timeout. You can take a timeout if the ball's in one of your teammates' hands. It doesn't have to be you, but he took the timeout there because he was far too far back, having taken the inbound.
They've done a good job of keeping Aoki quiet in this second period, and it's raised the burden of expectation on the others. So much so, the USA reinstate their initial starting four: Butler, Adam, Wheeler, Aoki. But it doesn't prove profitable. In fact, it is fruitious for Japan. Hashimoto with the steal and the go-ahead score.
There's nothing worse than using a timeout and having your pocket picked. It wasn't even as if the timeout led to an attack where you didn't score and you still used up 40 seconds. That one was an immediate turnover. So 50 seconds on the clock. Japan now can try to keep possession for 39 of the 40 seconds of the shot clock, take a timeout, score, and take the lead into the second half. They've got over the halfway line, need to stay over the halfway lines. They try to push Ike back. It's in the hands of the fastest player, but he's trying to take his time.
There's a confidence with which Japan is zipping the ball around now, although Hashimoto is in a claustrophobic zone. He's now on the court, and Ike calls for a timeout. And that should, if they can manage this attack in a timely fashion, should mean that they get the all-important last try.
They've got 14.2 seconds in which to score. No changes made. It was a timeout, so you can almost bring on the equivalent of a penalty kill, as you do in ice hockey. So the clock starts ticking. Can Japan get the final score?
Ike steams in and leaves room for Hashimoto down the right. He slams down the anchors, looks at the clock, he glances. Now Wheeler can go long. Wheeler does go long. Aoki pats it on to Adam. It was almost mercurial. Chuck almost had his wand out there, but Adam couldn't quite reach it. Japan failing to learn the lesson of what the USA did to them in the group, but on this occasion, just inches away, and the Japanese's blushes are spared. And they do take the lead into the half-time. Half-time in this riveting gold medal match of the Champ de Mars at Paris 2024. Japan edging the United States of America 24-23.
Great effort there by USA. They had 1.9 seconds on the clock. Obviously, all the Japanese players had come forward trying to get the final score, so they were all forward. Aoki and Adam went flying up the other end of the court as soon as they knew that Hashimoto was going to score. The clock only starts after the inbound is touched by another player or a chair, so they let it bounce a couple of times, and then Aoki trying to tap it onward to Adam. It was almost a miracle play, but didn't quite come off.
Here is an opportunity to relive that opening half of wheelchair rugby where both Japan and the USA are vying for gold, and some of the greats of the game on court. The likes of Ikazaki, Josh Wheeler, the grimmest determination on the face to make it to the try line, and an emerging star in Sarah Adam upending the Japanese legend. And riding out that hit from Ike is one where USA were on top in the first period, but Japan have really come to the fore in the second quarter.
It was a half of two halves. The first quarter, USA ended up with a 3-point lead, and then a 4-point swing in the second quarter. Japan coming out and pressing them right from the off in the second quarter. A 4-point swing, not particularly reflected because the steals, the turnovers tend to balance one another out at this high level. Japan with a better clock management at the end, and they go into the second half with the slimmest of leads.
mesdames et messieurs, à l'occasion de cette mi-temps ici, 24-23 en faveur du Japon, on va faire un truc vraiment génial. Est-ce que vous pouvez lever les mains avec vos bracelets lumineux? Put your hand in the air with your bracelet. Yes, ok, c'est très bien, c'est très bien, c'est très bien. On va faire un jeu, on va faire un jeu. Dans quelques instants, la musique, elle va vous demander de lever vos bras en l'air. Plutôt, ça va faire lights up, lights down, et ainsi de suite. On va le faire ensemble, d'accord? Tous et tous ensemble, vous êtes prêts? Are you ready? Let's go, DJ! On commence en bas, on commence en bas, on commence en bas. On commence en bas. Are you ready? Vous la demandez, est-ce que vous êtes prêts? I said, are you ready? Are you ready? On commence en bas. Lights up, lights down. Ok. Lights up, lights down. Lights up, lights down. Lights up, lights down. Faster. Down, up, 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 down. Wave your hands in the air. Bravo, mesdames et messieurs, merci à toutes et à tous.
Allez, l'Arena chante Marseille lundi soir. On se met en mode romantique. On revisite les classiques. Vous avez les paroles sur l'écran géant. Et sur le refrain, je veux que vous fassiez tout péter. Attention à vous. Allez, c'est pas mal. Pour la dernière fois, je vais monter sur ma chaise et tous ensemble, on va balancer les bras de droite à gauche en rythme. L'Arena Champagne, c'est le dernier karaoké de cette compétition de rugby fauteuil. Si vous avez envie de vous lever avec moi, de bouger les bras, c'est maintenant. Attention sur le refrain, je veux tous vous entendre. À vous. Ça c'est ok. Ok, je vous rappelle qu'on est dans Paris, la ville de l'amour, mesdames et messieurs. Allez, tous les bras, tous les bras, tous les bras. Attention, l'Arena Champagne, c'est encore plus fort.
Paris, the French capital and also the capital of wheelchair rugby vibes and karaoke, which has coursed through the stadiums and arenas of Paris 2024. It has been a truly magical experience, these 5 days of the Champ de Mars. And the vocal cords probably only matched by the outfits and the colour that the supporters have brought to the arena. USA and Japan both represented in equally vociferous fashion. Gold medal match at Paris 2024 in the wheelchair rugby. Japan leading the United States 24-23. The second half is underway with USA inbounding from Butler to Adam and looking to get the equalising try. Chuck Aoki is into the paint and he's into the tries.
USA going back to the well, going with their starting lineup, so they've got 3, 2-5, 2-5 and 0.5 out there. And then Japan changing things around a little bit because they've got such strength in depth. So they've got Ike and Daisuke out there. And they've got the 1.5 in Norimatsu.
Ikazaki struggling to find a way through. Hasegawa Yuki is out there as well. In fact, there's no way down the right flank, and the shot clock against Japan, and it's a scrabble for the ball, and irrespective, it's going to be a turnover. USA didn't claim the possession, but the shot clock timed out, and that's why USA get the early breakthrough here in the third.
Sarah Adam steps up there. So they get the turnover and they make a corner inbound look easy, and then a couple of three-pointers, have a wheel race. Aoki wins it, and, well, we came out 58 seconds ago. Japan were in the lead. They had the possession. They'd stolen the initiative from USA, and it's just been wrested right back.
Do you know what? USA really needed that, didn't they? Because they weren't even second best, they were third best in that second period.
The entire second quarter, it was all Japan.
And they come out firing. It's amazing the impact that a half-time break can do, not just to the decibel levels in the arena, but also to the way the players go about their business. Japan looking so assured beforehand. Don't get me wrong, they're still 25 apiece, so it's not like they're trailing. But certainly the dream start for the United States.
It's always tempting to look ahead, so you say that USA, well, there we go, don't look ahead. There you go, look at the ball. Look at the ball is what you've got to do.
When was the last time you saw Chuck Aoki do that?
And we're going to see it again. How did he not get his hands on that one?
We've been talking about the classifications a fair bit and talking about the points on the court, and you can just see there at the bottom of Chuck's chair, and you can see the back of Hashimoto there, 3.5, just to clarify that the functionality of the athlete is denoted by the points classification that is given to them. The higher the points, the more functional you are, and that's why you see the more mobile players like Hashimoto with a 3.5 score, which is the absolute maximum you can get.
That's right, you're allowed 8 on court at any one time, unless you've got a female player, and then you're allowed an extra 0.5 for every female player, and there is a perfect illustration.
But can we just say that Sarah Adam alone, irrespective of gender, is an absolute cheat code out there.
She's 2.5, she's classified 2.5, she's worth 2.7 on her own, and then she allows an extra 0.5 points.
Hashimoto cruises home. Japan have got this lead back after that fumble from Aoki. And Wheeler with the inbound goes to Adam, and they set off. Really strong work by Norimatsu, the 34-year-old who plays for Hurricanes in Okinawa, is really putting himself about, and Chuck Aoki may have been forced off the court there, or was a timeout called?
I think he called a timeout.
There's so much action happening minute to minute. The turnover against Japan, then Chuck fumbles, and then forced into a timeout as he looks to be leaving the court, not of his own volition.
It was very good defense from the Japanese 4 out there, because it looked as if Adam was going to be able to get over the line, and the blocking wasn't quite there from the USA team. and it meant that Adam had to turn around. Aoki was firing into the key. He couldn't stop in time before going over the touchline and ended up having to call a timeout. So the USA are down to 1 timeout left. The good thing about taking that timeout is it means that they've reset. They've had a chat with Coach Delagrave and hopefully calm things down a little bit. .27 all. Japan with the possession arrow that you can see there, so they will get the possession at the start of the 4th quarter unless there's a held ball between now and then. It really is going to come down to who can get the final try at the end of the 3rd and the end of the 4th quarters. But of course, there are going to be more turnovers to come, aren't there?
We're quite tight, aren't we? Quite tight, and there's a few turnovers going each way. We'll not talk about overtime just yet, will we? Although the arena would probably appreciate it. The place was jumping in the semi-final that took Japan here
in overtime
on day 4. Hashimoto spins around, finds his captain, and it's really composed stuff. He gets the acknowledgement of his captain as well. It's a huge match for Hashimoto, an enormous level of responsibility being put on the shoulders of the 22-year-old. And he's out there as well playing with some of his heroes who he's grown up loving the game, the likes of Ike and Ikezaki. And there's big booms going round, sparks flying off the chairs now.
Great blocking by Josh Wheeler there. Those of you watching for the first time, because it's the Paralympic gold medal match, the final, maybe your eyes are drawn more to the high pointers, the likes of Hashimoto here, who've got all the wheels, but it's always good to watch the low pointers, see the blocking work that they do, the work that's done off the ball and out of possession.
Awesome effort from Wheeler there to keep pace with Hashimoto. He wasn't too far away, and due to the engineering of his chair, it's not as easy for him to halt a player like Hashimoto, like the other players out there who've got the additional bit of metal at the front known as a pick bar. It's lifted really nicely. The timing exquisite from Wheeler, and into the arms of Aoki, who've got a bit of rhythmic scoring into their system as well. They needed it after those 2 moments that didn't go their way. Ike rides his way out of the challenge and spins back, and well, he's got Wheeler and Aoki for company, and it may... Oh, look at that. Look at the strength. Look at the awareness to find Hashimoto.
Norimatsu takes out Adam, and that means that Hashimoto can get through. Number 22, the bald head of Norimatsu. Keep an eye on him, the blocking work he's doing. That's why Japan are in the lead at the moment. Well, we're in an indoor stadium, a purpose-built stadium that is air-conditioned, but the sweat that is dripping off these players, Chuck Aoki in particular, they're leaving it all out there. .15 seconds to go on the shot clock. How patient will USA be here?
Not patient enough is the answer. Ike gets another limb. He doesn't manage to gather the ball, but because he didn't take a quality possession, even though it's a USA inbound, there's only 7 seconds left on the shot clock. It doesn't get reset. Simons has a bit of pressure on him here, and he hasn't got enough time either. USA, by my calculations, have no more player timeouts left, and they are a long way from the end of this match.
Simons was brought on there to give Sarah Adam a spell, saying dripping with sweat. We see Bo Vernon there. Bo Vernon's there. He's a bronze medalist from earlier in the day, and arguably best in class at 0.5. And well,
Ike Yukinobu is everywhere at the moment. He is kryptonite to the USA's designs of breaching the Japanese key.
So they've taken a timeout which reset the shot clock to 15. 10 of those seconds have gone. They're down to 5 seconds. No more timeouts that can be used. A coach's timeout has been used by Joe Delagrave. Resetting themselves again. Eric Newby's out there, which, to be honest, I think is a better option than Mason Simons, but is Simons going to be out there as well?
We're just seeing the impact of Ike, who we touched upon the heartbreak that he felt in the wake of not making it to the final in Tokyo. Destiny is a word that he bandied about in terms of him and the team's feeling. They have well and truly dusted themselves down, and they have come to Paris laser focused on this gold medal.
Simons, the coach's timeout resets it to 15.
No try. Newby swept across the back line before Chuck Aoki could transfer the ball. Let's take a look at his wheels.
Ike pushed Norimatsu into Newby and got him over the line.
USA are in the trenches here, there's no doubt about it. Japan scoring at will, and with the 2-try advantage, and 3 of their 4-player timeouts intact as well. USA having to dig deep. Chuck Aoki, so often the man to drag them out of the mire, and he does so on this occasion. Ships it to Newby. Finally, at long last, the try comes easy for the States.
You wonder why Chuck Melton's not out there either. They've gone through almost all of their mid-pointers, and Melton hasn't come out yet.
Ike is playing with a real zest, isn't he? There's a joy and a lightness to which he's manoeuvring himself around the court and dictating play in offensive terms.
He's incredibly calm as well. The ball will be tossed up to him. He'll take it one-handed, cruise over the line. Nothing can faze him at the moment.
It's what you want from your captain, isn't it? Inspiring those around him, instilling them with confidence. Simons has to go the long way round, and when you go that way round, usually Norimatsu's waiting. Ball lifted into space, and Fredette's got his work cut out. Oh, that is unreal! Was he in command when he went across the line? The answer is no.
He had to throw that forward, Simons. 28 seconds on the shot clock. It was desperation stuff, and they got no timeouts. He got half control with the wheel. It wasn't full control in his hand there.
And he also took out the post as well. There was a lot going on there. I mean, if he'd held on to that, up against the wheel whilst tipping over, that would have been one of the moments of the game so far.
Norimatsu with a corner inbound, and Ike reaches tall, sits tall in the chair. And it's all looking so easy for Japan at the moment.
The men in white, the men and women in whites, are turnover by turnover, try by try, taking this final away from the US. You may think that we're speaking a little prematurely, but a 3-try lead and the USA having no timeouts is hugely significant.
USA with 3 points up early on, so it can be turned around. But the lack of timeouts is going to work against them, I think.
Goodness me, if Aoki hadn't got that away, Hashimoto had bounced him back across the center line. Having to work extremely hard to break down this Japanese defense. Aoki, no way through for him, but there sure is for Eric Newby. The St. Louis man rams his way home.
The disadvantage of USA having such a well-balanced lineup with Chuck Aoki and then 2.5 and 2 pointers there is that they really need a 3.5 pointer that you can just give the ball to, and he will go coast to coast in a matter of seconds. And that's the outlet that they've got, Japan have got in Hashimoto. They do have Zion Reddington, but he's a youngster. They don't really trust him, not on the big stage here, and the ball's going to go loose as well. Aoki will pick it up.
Hits that Ike's planting on Aoki are so good because they're sticking as well. Aoki has to wheel his way back.
You don't have to have a 3.5 pointer out there all the time. You don't have to go high-low like Australia, Team GB, but if you've got that option, one you can trust, and that's what they've got, that's what Japan have got. They can start with 3 pointers. They've got 3 excellent 3 pointers in there, but they can bring on a 3.5 pointer they totally trust, and that's such an outlet for them.
Norimatsu was forced across the back line. So, well, no penalty try, in fact. He's going to go to the penalty box. So USA are going to have to do it themselves. Butler is here for the inbound.
The advantage of that as well is that it makes it a dead ball as opposed to a try, and it means that substitutes can come on. Sarah Adam is back on. If anyone can swing this match back in USA's favour, it's her. So, no pressure, Sarah. 1 minute and 3 seconds to go. There haven't been many boards going up there. It's merely a case of score as many as you can for USA. And then Japan, well, they're just going to keep on keeping on. Japan with timeouts in their pockets, so they're no doubt going to use one of them here. They might even use 2. First timeout coming up.
And it's taken right down to the wire. Japan were in a similar position at the end of the third period in the semi-final, where they used 2 timeouts and they got themselves...
And that lady knows it.
I think she was here to see it. She's hoping that history isn't going to repeat itself, and that's the strength of Ike Yukinobu, that he can just put that arm out and beat anyone aerially.
Now, have we had a reaching foul? We have indeed.
Well, that's going to work out really well for Japan, because Josh Wheeler is going to go off court and the shot clock's going to be reset to 15. This gentleman here went through the ringer yesterday emotionally.
He's going to be a lot calmer now.
Wow, he's now the one who is revving up the Japanese support. Not to say that the team aren't doing enough revving themselves. Japan race back into position in the backcourt. Hail Mary, big shot comes in on Wheeler, Norimatsu ducks, and that is another outstanding period for Japan, who are in pole position in this gold medal match. Hashimoto roars. The fans roar. And it is Japan who've roared into a 3-try lead with 1 period to go. Japan 35, the United States of America 32 in the gold medal match.
When you look at how this match was poised after the first period, USA came out of the blocks absolutely flying. They were 3 points to the good. Japan, methodical. You can look at the fouls there that USA have had to come out with, 5 turnovers. That's the big statistic there. That's why they are 3 points adrift. It's merely been Japan sticking to their own game plan, changing it when necessary. 3-pointers, 3.5 pointers coming on. They never got flustered. 3 points, a 3-point swing, a 4-point swing in the second quarter, and another 2-point swing in the third quarter. They are just pulling away.
The pressure of a gold medal match does funny things to players of all ages and experience, and we see there Aoki having the fun ball that kind of reignited things for Japan in the third period, because USA had started really well. They pegged back the Japanese, who were utterly dominant in the second, but that almost instigated another uplift in form from the Japanese, and they haven't looked back. They've been outstanding.
Japan were one clear at the start of the third quarter. USA got an immediate turnover, and you thought, right, that's it, game on, we're back level. And before the end of the sentence, the turnover wasn't converted. It was turned into another turnover. Japan got the ball back, and from that point onwards, absolutely methodical, going out there, scoring points, and USA have been looking desperate.
Pretty much sums up how we all feel about wheelchair rugby in the Champ de Mars, doesn't it, Drew? An incredible 5 days of competition is crescendoing to a golden climax here. Will it be Japan? Will it be the United States of America? Currently, Japan are favourites. They lead 35-32.
Well, there's barely an empty seat in the house here. It's been incredibly well attended across the 5 days, as have all events at the Paralympics. Paris has done the Paralympics proud.
Japan are about to extend their lead to 4 tries. USA need to force turnovers. They need steals. They need to chance their arm here. And they need to unsettle Japan. It has been a picture of serenity on court for the Japanese. Adam loses the ball, airbound, and then, even more critically, loses the ball full stop.
She had to get the ball forward. She had to get the ball over the halfway line. Butler hasn't got the ability, the trunk function to get that ball, to get forward, to get over the halfway line. So it was a pass that was in between 2 players really there. Half a dozen turnovers. You can't do that in a gold medal match. It's as simple as that. It's almost been a training session in practicing corner inbounds, because there have been 6 turnovers. All of these corner inbounds for Japan. A training session for them, and they've passed it with flying colours.
Once again, the speed of Hashimoto, the arrival of Ike, dictates the dandelions and all those with Japanese flags on them are cheering. It's been a brilliant display so far. Japan lead by 5 with that additional turnover, and Wheeler's got a few problems with his chair again, does he? No, the mechanic is ushered away, gets a fist pump from his opposite on the Japanese.
I think referee Liam Costello said, no, your wheel's fine here, so let's get on with things. Sarah Adam keen to get on with things.
Yeah, she makes light work of it, Sarah Adam, who, let's not forget, is a pioneer out there, being the first female player to represent USA at a Paralympics in wheelchair rugby. But that's kind of the equation now, that USA need to score quick and they need to force turnovers. They can't hang around. And a reaching foul isn't going to help, because Adam will be dispatched to the penalty box, and this will allow Japan a lot of time to score this next try. They will look to use pretty much every 10th of a second of the 40.
5 points adrift with 7 minutes to go, and you've got no timeouts. So you've got to start taking risks. Try to get the ball loose, try to force a turnover, and you always run the risk of committing a reaching foul. Fredette and Josh O'Neill have come on. That was the one advantage, I suppose, of committing the foul and Adam going to the penalty box. Means they can make some changes. Kurahashi is coming to block Adam, make sure she can't leave the penalty box without putting a hand up to say that she will inbound.
This is agonising for USA and their fans who are watching, because they can't really do anything about Japan taking all of this time to score as well. So frustrating. How can they affect this final period? Fredette to Adam. She bullies her way forward. Aoki lays claim, and off he'll race. Fast as he can. High press coming from the United States, I'm sure.
At the moment, USA are playing under classification. They're playing under points. They're only playing 8, whereas they can have 8.5 out there with Sarah Adam. They're playing 3, 2, 5, 1, 5, 1. And you've really got to ask yourself, where is Chuck Melton? He's obviously not able to participate in this match. Otherwise, we would have seen him before. We'd have seen him now. If they're going to play under strength, then there is something wrong.
Another try for Rike. The linchpin of this Japanese side. There's been a lot more rotation throughout the competition between him, Hashimoto, and Ikazaki, but he has put his arm up in the only way that Ike knows to say, I am the main man. I'm the main man in this final, and I'm going to decide if and how we win this gold.
We've just seen Ikazaki on the screen. We've seen very little of him on the court today. They haven't really needed him. That's the sheer strength and depth that they've got, and they're running with this lineup at the moment, having Hashimoto out there, Kurahashi, the low pointer, who gives them an extra 0.5 points out there. More changes for USA. Adam's gone off. Wheeler, Fredette, and O'Neill out there with Aoki. Incredible pass between the three-pointer and the 3.5-pointer. The passes that Ike can come out with, sitting so high in the chair.
It's super slick, isn't it? It's been so precise. It's been so error-free from Japan.
That was like a long soccer throw-in from Ike, and it was absolutely perfect. Nervous times, looking for the inbound. He's going to have to inbound. He's only got 10 seconds in which to do it, and no timeouts.
Gets around Kurahashi. Wheeler goes long. Says to O'Neill, get after this, but he doesn't have the pace. And right here, right now, I just can't see a manner in which the USA can overcome Japan.
Coach Delgrave is out of options. It's yet another turnover, yet another corner inbound, and Norimatsu will be saying, how many of these corner inbounds have I got to take before you realise that I'm one of the best in the game at doing it? And even if I weren't, all I have to do is throw one up there for Ike, and he will pluck it out of the ether.
Ike Yukinobu, try number 14 in this final. Head coach of the Freedom Wheelchair Rugby Club. Well, he may just get the freedom of Kochi in the wake of this performance in what is looking increasingly like a gold medal winning display.
He's 44 years old. He made his debut 11 years ago. He made his debut in 2013. He became captain in 2014. He was obviously the kind of player that they thought we can build a side around. Wheelchair basketball player as well, and a gold medalist at that. And you have to say that he's 4 minutes and 40 seconds away from adding to that tally.
It's incredible to hear how they've harnessed the hurt of Tokyo in achieving the final here. I mean, that's history in itself for Japan, but then now to put this performance together as well. They use the word disbelief. They just couldn't believe, they couldn't get to grips with how they hadn't made the final in Tokyo. But it has emboldened them, and they managed to sharpen their minds and grow throughout the cycle. And here they are, currently putting on a masterclass against the US, leading their North American rivals, their great rivals, by 5 tries, soon to be 6.
Well, we were asking what USA could do, and they were out of options, so they've gone back to the well. They've gone back to their starting lineup, the 3-2-5-2-5.5. Sarah Adam, Josh Wheeler back out there. It really is a last throw of the dice for them.
Josh Wheeler, what can he muster? He looks for Adam, and he doesn't find her. Errors being compounded for the USA. They've completely lost their rhythm here. And what was telepathic between the 4 players on court for them throughout the competition, something that seemed to be getting sharper and sharper. They sadly evading them here on the biggest match.
Peaked in the semi-final and carried it over for 1 quarter. And you thought, this is it, they've peaked at the right time. Maybe it was ever so slightly too early. Japan, the way that they have raised their game today, absolutely incredible.
A demolition attempt from Mike Yukinobu is ridden out by the US. Aoki has been kept remarkably quiet. And Norimatsu with another monster moment that sees Japanese flags fluttering in the stands and another turnover forced. Butler shunted when he didn't have the ball fully under control.
Always going to be tough for a low pointer to try to control that. It would have had to have landed perfectly in his lap, but things just aren't landing perfectly for USA, and they haven't for the past half an hour.
The Tohoku Stormer Hashimoto has had just that, a stormer in the final. His father, Shinya, his inspiration, one of his heroes. I wonder how proud will he be to see his 22-year-old son put in such a consummate performance against some of the greats of the game. The Aokis, the Wheelers, and Kishi Kotaro as well, who has taken this Japanese team to another level over the past few years since Tokyo.
That play there from USA, that was the kind of play they were coming out with in the first quarter, but it all went awry. They lost their rhythm. They were knocked out of their rhythm by this Japan team. Norimatsu just cruises onto the end of that one.
The dandelion. The dandelion himself. Well, his performance has blossomed in the final. I think you'll agree, Drew. Norimatsu's been a key cog. And I think Joe Delagrave's face says it all. Staring at another silver as a player in Tokyo. And it will be so here in Paris as a coach.
The good thing for Japan, who are so disappointed and, as you said, in disbelief after Tokyo, was that we've had a short Olympic and a short Paralympic cycle. We had a longer one before Tokyo 2020 being played in 2021, so we've just had 3 years to come here, and only 3 years really for Japan to have to lick their wounds, and they've certainly peaked at the right time. So many ups and downs. You had Australia winning the World Championships in 2022, and then Japan beginning to dominate around 2023. And then the warm-up tournament for this, the Canada Cup, where they defeated everybody, the rest of the top 6 nations. They defeated all 5 of the others in the round robin, and then Australia again in the final. And they've certainly peaked at the right time. Eric Newby back on for USA.
Likely to be his last Paralympics. He's got an eye on coaching Eric Newby.
It was a great club competition in USA, and he can certainly cut his teeth there.
I think that man deserves a bit of a lie down, doesn't he?
He's earned it. And Japan, their main 4. Ooh, certainly, yes. Be careful of the head with the fall, but these guys know how to fall. Plenty of practice. Japan not going through the bench at the moment. They're keeping more or less their starters out there, and certainly is.
I'd love to see Shimakawa. Shimakawa Shin, who's given an incredible amount, turns 50 in January, his 6th Paralympics. And a man who's inspired many of the current crop to achieve the heights that they have.
Clayton Brackett is out for USA, and he gets himself a try in a Paralympic gold medal match. You've got a feel for Chuck Aoki at the moment. Nothing more that he can do. He's given it his all. And he must be looking at Hashimoto and thinking, that kid's in his early 20s. He's going to play for another 20 years, if not more. What the heck are we going to do to combat him? Into the final minutes.
The Champ de Mars arena rises in acknowledgement of both sets of players. It's another score for USA, but it'll all be in consolation. Well, a bit of a tyre change, and Joe Delagrave. Disappointment writ large across his face, and conversely, for the Japanese fans, there are tears of joy in the stands. With potentially the final possession of Paris 2024. Hashimoto, a rising star, who with his performance across the competition has written his name into legend. Timeouts to work with as well for Japan, should they wish to use them. Ike loses the ball and goes wildly off court. 6.9 seconds remaining. Norimatsu with the final inbound of Paris 2024. Ike Wraps up the ball.
It's a turnover right at the very end with 3.7 seconds to go. They should have
held ball.
It's a held ball, isn't it? Yes, so they should have used one of those timeouts.
USA inbound, they're intercepted, and Hashimoto launches the ball into the skies of the Champ de Mars arena, and fittingly so. It has been a performance out of this world. From the Japanese, it is agony for Aoki and the USA. And it is jubilation for Japan. They are the Paris 2024 wheelchair rugby gold medalists. Incredible scenes here as Japan claim gold for the first time in their history. Final score here at the Champ de Mars, Japan 48, the United States of America 41.
Emotional scenes on the court and off the court. So many fans who've travelled halfway across the world, from the west, from the east. It's been a long time coming for Japan. They think it should have come 3 years ago, but it's come now, and they are on top of the world. And they fully deserve that gold medal. They showed it today. Consummate performance in the final. Never looked flustered. A 7-point margin over one of the best teams in the world.
The torment of Tokyo set aside to the past, and a golden evening, a golden era potentially beckoning for Japan. And spare a thought for the USA, who really did think that this was their Paralympics. They came here determined to end the 16-year wait for a gold medal. It's another silver for Chuck Aoki. Let's not diminish the achievement that is in itself. But they wanted more. They were desperate for more.
Wonderful scenes there between the two sets of teams. They obviously know one another incredibly well, come up against one another on the biggest of stages, some of them for decades. The respect within the wheelchair rugby family is enormous. Gracious in defeat, magnanimous in victory.
Pictures that say 1,000 words. The two brutal sides of sport. The desolation of the United States, silver medalists. Disconsolate tears on one side, but ones of sheer joy for Kishi Kotaro and his Japanese history makers. What a difference 3 years make. They were on the court, still in tears, an hour after falling to Great Britain in the semi-final in their home games in Tokyo. And now the tears are history-making ones as Japan claim gold at Paris 2024.
Tough scenes for USA, coming so close once again and knowing that you're going to have to wait another 4 years, but 4 years for them, it's going to be on home soil. The pressure's on them now. 4 years' time, they will be in LA for the Paralympics. 4 long years to think about this moment, to build on it, and to do exactly what Japan have just done.
4 long years for that guy to get better, though.
He'll be in his mid-20s.
Hashimoto.
He won't have peaked by then.
Katsuya, 22 years old, second Paralympics, a bronze in Tokyo, now a gold in Paris. He said, ahead of the Games, I feel like I can't live without the sport. Well, I feel that the sport is going to be living with him for many years, potentially decades to come. And let's hope that Chuck Aoki, well, I'm certain that Chuck Aoki will be back. And he'll have his eyes on gold again.
He will. He'll remember these scenes. He'll remember the tears that he's shedding now, the sweat that dripped off him for an hour here for 32 minutes of the match. And he'll channel that and take it with him over the next 4 years on the journey to Los Angeles. But at the moment, it's all about Japan. It's all about the winners. They've earned it, been peaking over the past year. They've learned how to beat the best teams. They've seemed to have Australia's number, even if it did take them overtime and more to get there yesterday. But what a performance from them today. Behind after the first quarter, but never looked flustered. Absolutely stuck to the game plan.
Well, this is how it all unfolded, and it was a fascinating final that started perfectly for the United States of America. They were on top in that first period, but then the second, the third, it all came to a head in the fourth, and that man was imperious throughout, and Chuck Aoki was, in all honesty, slightly stifled just by the mastery of the collective efforts of the Japanese team, and it's sheer joy for them as they salute their many fans who are here in the Champ de Mars, and they begin to make their way from the court and prepare for the medal ceremony. 9 turnovers that the USA conceded, all forced by the pressure from Japan. 3 steals as well for the men in white, and the penalties, well, USA simply had to make them to try and stay in touch. But that is how our tournament has concluded here in Paris 2024. It'll be bronze for Australia, having defeated Great Britain, silver for the United States of America, and gold for Japan. Final confirmation of the classification with the Australia, US, Japan 1, 2, 3. Great Britain 4th, France 5th, Canada 6th. Denmark takes 7th, and Germany in 8th at their first Paralympics since 2008 in the sport.
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, nous voici en attendant la cérémonie avec Jenny Demet, qui était la voix française des Jeux Paralympiques au rugby fauteuil. Et Jenny, puisque tu es là, vous pouvez l'applaudir parce que là, assuré. Ah ouais, ça c'est vrai. Et Jenny, on avait envie de te poser une petite question parce que tu es là depuis jeudi, tu as vu tous les matchs de ces Jeux Paralympiques.
C'est vrai, je l'ai compris.
Au rugby fauteuil. Est-ce que tu as je sais pas, un moment particulier qui t'a vraiment marqué pendant ces 6 jours de rugby fauteuil?
Bah, forcément, en tant que Française, ici même, l'attente, le moment du premier match de l'équipe de France, ça a été quelque chose de très très fort. Je sais que c'est vraiment sur ce premier match-là où j'ai essayé de tout donner parce que je savais aussi ce dont les garçons avaient besoin, ce qu'ils avaient envie, les attentes qu'ils avaient sur ce tournoi. Donc forcément, j'avais vraiment hâte de démarrer avec l'équipe de France et d'entendre le public à fond. Et franchement, le public a été énorme. Ils ont répondu à toutes les demandes, même les plus folles. Donc c'était vraiment incroyable sur ça.
Vous avez été véritablement remarquable dans les tribunes, il faut le dire. Tu as l'habitude, toi, de faire d'autres sports, d'aller dans des stades, des arénas un petit peu différentes. Est-ce que, hormis le fait que le public était fou, est-ce qu'il y a un petit truc particulier que tu as retenu de tout ce public ici présent? On avait déjà des Australiens, on avait, je ne me rappelle plus, des Allemands, des Canadiens, des Américains, des Français. Est-ce qu'il y a un truc vraiment particulier que tu as remarqué un peu du public?
Moi qui ai l'habitude de bosser au quotidien dans le rugby, c'est vrai que j'ai senti cet esprit rugby qui était là parce que même justement quand la France jouait, les adversaires de l'équipe de France étaient respectés par le public français. Quand je leur demandais de faire un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour l'équipe de la Grande-Bretagne, de l'Allemagne, n'importe qui, tout le monde répondait présent. Donc voilà, cet esprit rugby qu'on retrouve sur les stades où on a plus l'habitude d'aller, voilà, je l'ai retrouvé ici et ça donne vraiment envie de retourner voir des compétitions de rugby fauteuil. J'ai trouvé que c'était incroyable l'ambiance générale qu'il y avait et voilà, la symbiose entre tous les pays ici. Merci vraiment à tous, vous avez été exceptionnels, je me suis régalée, j'ai fait plein d'émotions, c'était vraiment génial. Merci beaucoup à tous. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Jenny. Oui, bravo pour vous. Merci beaucoup. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are with the English voice of this tournament of the Paralympics here in this arena. On est avec Chris Temple, mesdames et messieurs, la voix anglaise que vous avez entendue tout au long de cette tournée de rugby fauteuil. Vous pouvez l'applaudir parce qu'il est excellent. Beautiful voice, good guy. Chris, what was your favorite moment during this Paralympics here?
The biggest compliment I can pay to this arena, this games, the fans, is that everybody back in the UK, where I'm from, who is watching on television is going, oh wow, you're working at wheelchair rugby. That is the place to be at. This arena has been absolutely incredible. It doesn't matter who you've been supporting, obviously France have had incredible support all throughout. The Japanese fans have been amazing today, the Aussie fans, the USA fans, everybody who's been here has played a huge part in it. So thank you. It's been a memorable experience for me just working. Thankfully, you haven't had to see us too much. You've just been hearing us rather than seeing us. But it has been an absolute pleasure to be part of this. So thank you to all the fans helping to make it special for us as well as the athletes that have been out here as well.
Thank you, Chris. Voilà, petite traduction rapide, en fait, il vient de Londres, hein, le monsieur ici présent. Et en fait, quand les gens ont regardé ce qui se passait du côté du rugby fauteuil, et bien, ils ont tous simplement dit que c'était la meilleure ambiance, le meilleur endroit où ils auraient aimé être avec Chris. Et pour ça, vous pouvez encore les applaudir parce que Jimmy et Chris, ils ont fait un taf de malade. Bravo.
On s'en ferait pas un petit dernier pour la fin. J'avais dit que je monterais plus sur la chaise, je vais le faire une dernière fois. Allez, l'Arena! Allez, toutes les mains. Pas mal. Allez, tous ensemble. Allez, on lâche pas. Plus fort. C'est pas mal. ensemble. Où ça? Mesdames et messieurs, Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du rugby fauteuil.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for wheelchair rugby.
And now for the victory ceremony for the wheelchair rugby at Paris 2024.
Please welcome the medalists.
The Champ de Mars rise to their feet and they begin to raise the decibels as they have throughout the duration of the program here in the heart of France's capital city. Silver medalists, the United States of America, led by Chuck Aoki, and the victors of a thrilling final, wreathed in red, Japan, for the first time. Kurahashi Kai receiving a helping hand there to advance towards the zenith of the sport. And last but by certainly no means least, the Australian Steelers, the bronze medalists of a fiercely contested competition that has thrilled every single soul who's entered this wonderful arena over the last 5 days. Incredible moment for these men here and their women.
There's Mickey Matheson.
du conseil d'administration du comité international paralympique.
The governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee. Mrs. Muffy Davis.
Membre du conseil d'administration du comité international paralympique.
The governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee. Mrs. Robin Smith, OAM.
Membre du conseil d'administration du comité international paralympique.
The governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by Mr. Richard Allcroft, OBE.
président de World Wheelchair Rugby.
Miss Vicky Matheson, IPC governing board member.
Mr. Juan Pablo Salazar.
Ancien membre du conseil d'administration du comité international paralympique.
Former governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
Miss Muffy Davis, another governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee. Miss Robin Smith, OAM, another member of the ceremony party.
Médaillé de bronze représentant l'Australie.
Bronze medalist representing Australia.
The bronze medal winners of the wheelchair rugby at Paris 2024. A megawatt smile from some of the Steeler greats, Captain Chris Bond, and the shot before, the retiring Riley Batts. They've been perennial podium placers over the many years since the sport's official introduction in 2000 in Sydney. They were deposed last year in Tokyo, but they once again returned from a Games with a medal.
Riley Batts.
Riley Batts, the final time we will see the great man out on the court at the Paralympic Games. He signalled that he will be retiring after this one, having made his debut as a 15-year-old in Sydney. There's James McQuillan on Paralympic debut. 5 debutants in all, in a rejuvenated Steelers look. And so too Bo Vernon, his first major tournament, full stop. And Shay Graham, a pioneer for women in the sport and one of 3 amongst the Steelers ranks. Braden Foxley Connolly, 20 years old, a name for the future, but a bronze medalist now. And lastly, Josh Nicholson, another on debut and another worthy bronze medalist. The customary quality check with the teeth to make sure that it's the real deal. And that is Sir Bill Beaumont, who is the top man of World Rugby, handing out the paraphrasias, the mascot of the Paralympic Games, based on the Frisian cap that signifies freedom and unity.
Bill, the former England captain at Rugby Union, shaking hands with all the Aussies there, so putting the rivalries to one side for a moment.
The bronze medalist of the wheelchair rugby at Paris 2024, Australia. The warmest of receptions for Chuck Aoki and his team. He and Eric Newby, co-captains. And once again, silver medalists at a Paralympic Games. It continues an extraordinary run that has seen the United States take to the podium in every Paralympic Games since wheelchair rugby joined the sporting family, even the test event in Atlanta in 1996. And while they came here with golden designs, and they will be hurting in the wake of silver, they will look back on this with great pride, and particularly Sarah Adam, who's just raised the roof there. Not just a Paralympic debut, but the first female wheelchair rugby player to represent the USA at a Paralympic Games.
After every big wheelchair rugby tournament, you have best in class voted. So for all of the various classifications from 0.5 through to 3.5, and if she doesn't get 2.5, then I will be very, very surprised. For me, she was absolutely best in class. Always difficult when you've just lost the final. You can see the disappointment etched on the faces of the USA team. Australia won their bronze medal match earlier in the day. They're all smiles. And even though USA are one above them on the podium, they're currently thinking about what might have been less than an hour ago.
What may be to come, though, from the United States of America? 7 of their athletes making their Paralympic bows here in Paris, and a home games to look forward to, a home games to fuel the fires once again of those golden ambitions. 18 years old, Zion Reddington, already a Paralympic silver medalist, and so much more to come from him and Mason Simons and everyone else who has the Star-Spangled Banner on their crest. The emotions must be incredibly raw for Josh Wheeler and co, as they get another unique memento to take back across the pond. Their mascot to accompany their silver medal. 3 silvers and a bronze for Chuck Aoki across his esteemed career now.
We give him the LA 2028 gold medal now. I think he's earned it, hasn't he? He's deserved it. They are going to have to earn it, though, over the next 4 years. They've definitely got something to work towards. And as you say, so many youngsters coming through. 4 years in which to hone their craft on the club stage and internationally as well.
And what will her long-term impact be? Sarah Adam, breaking new ground for women in the sport in the USA. Who will follow?
They've already had Liz Dunn in their squad for the World Cup. A couple of years ago, she didn't make the cut this time around, but she'll be there or thereabouts come Los Angeles, you would have thought, and maybe many more.
Tough one to take for the USA, who really did have the loftiest of ambitions, and they roared into the final. And they roared out of the traps in the first period, but it wasn't to be. They can still be immensely proud of leaving with silver from what is universally acknowledged as the most competitive Paralympic Games in the history of the sport.
Japan have been waiting patiently, and they've been waiting for many, many years. And now their moment comes.
The United States of America, silver medalists in the wheelchair rugby at Paris 2024. But now for the champions to be crowned. In the 7th arrondissement of Paris, known for its nobility and aristocracy, we now have new kings and queens of the sport of wheelchair rugby. 20 years ago, Japan made their maiden bow in the sports in Athens. It has been a 2-decade journey from an 8th place finish back in the spiritual home of the Olympic and Paralympic movement. And now, after successive bronzes, they now are gold medalists. Ikazaki Daisuke, 46 years old, his 3rd Paralympics. He's been there for the 2 bronzes previously. Whereas for Kusaba Ryuji, the only debutant in the group, fittingly sat next to one of the great legends, Shimakawa Shinichi, his 6th Paralympics, the first Japanese wheelchair rugby player to ever feature. He's been in every incarnation of the games since Japan entered the competition. Nakamachi Shunya. But potentially the biggest roar reserved for this man. And the biggest hug as well. Ike Yukinobu, who was broken in the aftermath of their failure to reach the final in Tokyo. Their destiny dashed, but ultimately it turned out to be fuel for their gilded fire. Norimatsu Seiya came next. He was outstanding in the final, and Ogawa Hitoshi played his part. Remember the name, Hashimoto Katsuya. A virtuoso performance from the 22-year-old in the match that mattered the most. We're lucky to be here in the arena, and there is a sense of history. There is a sense of calm and achievement that is exuding from the Japanese team out there. They were flawless in that final, nigh on. An extraordinary achievement for this group.
We'll look back in years to come and think, how did it take them so long? And obviously they were going to win. They were destined to. They had such a squad, such strength in depth, such skill. They've got every position absolutely covered. They've got a female player in there so they can play 8.5. The options youngsters, experience, as you see with those two sitting alongside one another with 25 years between them. We will think, how did it take them that long? They're probably thinking that right now, but
I think they're thinking it was worth the wait, I'd imagine.
Definitely.
Ike Yukinobu, the captain, he said, "I believe again in Paris. I believe we can achieve gold." And he was right. Whereas for Hashimoto, he said, "I feel like I can't live without the sport." That is the profundity of the impact of wheelchair rugby on the game's youngest, rising and brightest star. The gold medalists in the wheelchair rugby at Paris 2024, Japan.
Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national du Japon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Japan.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
The final standings of the wheelchair rugby at Paris 2024. Gold for Australia, silver for the United States of America, and a first ever gold for Japan.
They turn around and acknowledge the hundreds, if not thousands, of fans who've made it all the way to support them. It's been a long time coming, but it has come indeed. And they're going to be relishing every second of this ceremony. They've thoroughly earned it. Perhaps one of the toughest tournaments to win. Coming into it, you had the Oceania champions, Japan, the European champions, France, the champions of the Americas in USA, the world #1, Australia, and the defending champions, Great Britain. Any one of those five could have been anywhere on the podium. The mascots that were handed out to the Japanese team were given to them by the president of World Wheelchair Rugby, Richard Allcroft, and he must have been delighted with the standard of this tournament. Right in doubt, right up to the end. Wonderful semi-finals, wonderful medal matches. It really has lived up to the billing. An incredible sport, an incredible spectacle.
It's a sport that has consistently captured the imagination of the Paralympic public, and it is quite clearly one that is going from strength to strength. But there is a new world order in Paris, and it is Japan who have perched themselves at the peak. 5 days, 20 matches, an innumerable amounts of tries, and 3 worthy medalists. The sport of wheelchair rugby continues to escalate at a stratospheric trajectory since its inception at the turn of the millennium. And for the first time since 2000, we have a new champion atop the podium. Japan, history makers as the gold medalists, USA silver and Australia bronze at Paris 2024.